Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, good night. Welcome back. Welcome back. Sorry, I am 3 minutes late. I was a coffee short of a live stream. Welcome back. Um, welcome, come on in. I see you. Good morning. All right, it's Trippy Tuesday, peeps, Trippy Tuesday. So we are following up on day 2 of the military or the 911 killer trial. So get your Glock pockets out and let's get to it, shall we?
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Alrighty then. So yesterday was day 1. Now we did decide to, I don't know if you all saw it, but I put up a poll on the weekend just to try and decide what trial to cover whilst we were waiting for Sarah Boone's the jury to be seated. And this particular trial was the trial of choice. So it is subscriber choice. So we started it yesterday in lieu of, as I said, waiting for jury to be seated. Good morning, Christine. Welcome. How are you, sweetheart? Lovely to see you. Thank you, Discord. I've just put my live up. What was I saying? Yeah, so in lieu of waiting for this jury to be seated, which is going to be difficult to try and find a non-biased pool of 16 that we need that have not seen or heard of this high-profile case. So I expected it to take at least 2 days, but as you're all aware, I'm sure, or if you're not, it has been postponed until next Monday due to the Hurricane Milton. And I might actually do a quick Hurricane Milton review just because there's quite a few of our true crime fam down Florida way, and it's a worry, especially given that, you know, it's directly in the same path as Helene was, and so they're getting a double dose. Now, a lot of them still haven't got water, power, beer, apparently, was one concern. What else? Yeah, it's stocks are just being depleted off the shelves, and it's very, very scary. And it's going. I think last time I saw, it was a Cat 5, if I recall, but it was going to drop back down to a Category 3 at landfall, I think, and it was to hit, I think it's Tampa, at 2 a.m. Wednesday morning, I believe. Now let me just find this hurricane stream just so that I can have a look for myself. Tracking Milton. Here we go. Come on. Hello. This live stream is not available. All right, let's go to the channel and see what. Okay. So let's share this tab instead. Let me share the screen.
Evacuate now. Here are some of the local impacts that we expect. So you can see this is from Pinellas and Hillsborough. We're very close to that line right there of where the landfall will exactly be. When is the landfall? Late Wednesday into early Thursday. Now we do see the impacts. Winds 80 to 120 mile per hour winds. That's going to push up a ton of water. So the surge, 11 to 15 feet, 10 to 14 inches of rainfall. So please heed the evacuation orders. Know your zone. We do see that farther south as well. They're dealing with some of those similar impacts. And take a look at the timing of the landfall. We do see that this system bringing us bands of rain and wind starting Wednesday.
Straight through that purple zone is Tampa, Orlando, Gainesville, Fort Myers. Yeah, so you've got West Palm Beach, Miami, Key West, which is a real worry. I doubt they're evacuating any of the jails down there, so that worries me. Gainesville, Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Panama City, Pensacola. So what does the purple mean? Is purple purple must be the
morning. So that's why I want you to finish everything up today. You don't want to be in and out of these rain bands. Let me tell you why. Because we have isolated tornadoes that'll be popping up in and out of these bands. And there'll be breaks. You'll see some breaks in the clouds and rain. But take a look at what time that landfall should be, right around midnight on Thursday. Keep that in mind, guys. Don't worry. We're going to be here all throughout the storm to keep you informed, prepared, and connected.
Yeah, I think we can all agree it just feels different this time. Of course, we haven't seen a storm like this in our area tracking this way in more than 100 years on anybody's lifetime. And
there's two. There's one in the Gulf there, and is that Helene that's gone out now, or friggin' hell? It just looks horrible. Horrible.
Wednesday afternoon. That's tornado threat. That's heavy rain. That's the southeast wind really picking up. Center still way out here at 5 p.m., but not very far. In fact, Manatee County, Sarasota really seeing some wind. And then there we go, right over top of AMI, Palmetto, right over top of Ruskin at the National Weather Service office. That's 9 p.m. on Wednesday. Tampa's right here, St. Pete right there, of course. And then right over Lakeland by about 11 p.m. on Wednesday. Now the winds turn.
Where is Lawyer? You know, I thought he was down there near Tampa. I can't remember.
Turn to the north. And I got to say, when we get towards about 2 or 3 in the morning, we're going to have winds out of the north and the west, and we're going to get some really good gusts along the coast of Pinellas and Pasco when that happens. But after that, as the sun starts to come up on Friday morning now, or Thursday morning, excuse me, it's Wednesday night, Thursday morning, 9 a.m., the winds are starting to calm down. It's starting to push slowly out of the area. So it's going to be a good 12 to 18-hour period that we're dealing with this. Now, let's talk about the arrival of those winds. This is Wednesday at 8 a.m. For tropical storm force winds, that's Wednesday at 8 p.m. So we're somewhere right here in the middle. I'm thinking around midday, around noon on Wednesday, we'll start to see those tropical storm force winds, the kind that makes it hard to drive over the bridge because it's really blowing the water on the bridges, right?
That's right. That's all connected by bridges, isn't it? All those keys. Oh. Look, just keep your phones charged, have lots of fresh water and supplies. If you're told to evacuate, just go. Just go. There is nothing more important than your life. Take your pets, your passport, and go. So please look after yourselves. You're worrying this mother hen over here in Melbourne that can't do anything. All right, let's go back to trial, shall we? Good morning, Teresia. How are we? I just did a quick check on Milton just to see how it was going. Nothing's changed, really. Hello, mister. Come to say hello, have you? As soon as Mummy goes live, yes. So it looks like it's due to hit Tampa midday, the worst of it. Hello, good morning, Nina Canadian. Welcome. Excellent. Thank you. You answered my question. He's going to stay. Okay. Because he's right in Tampa, isn't he? I thought that sounded familiar. So, I suppose if you're set up for that type of weather, and I'm sure, I've no doubt that he is, then you're safe, I suppose, as safe as you can be. What else can you do? But yeah, if you're structurally not sound, I don't know if I'd be that game. That's all I can say. I was watching some of those storm chasers during Helene, and it's horrendous. Horrendous. I'm just so lucky we don't, touch wood, get anything like that. Not even close over here. So please all stay safe and welcome. It's lovely to have you here, Nina. Okay. So today, let me set this back up. We are day 2 of. Okay, there's my little. That's not the right one. That's the wrong one. I'm an idiot. What can I say? Day 2 of 911 killer trial. Now, yesterday we had opening statements, and I don't know if I know Teresia saw it, but we had one of the first responders on scene come in and testify and show his body cam footage, and he walked straight into the garage, straight in, and full view of deceased, victim, the whole lot, right there, and I couldn't stop it quick enough. So if you do go back and watch any of it, just be wary. No, there it is. Okay, 911. I want the court TV one. No, I want the law and crime one. That's the one. I knew I'd saved it somewhere. Okay, that's better. Got to line the ducks up. All right, now I have it set to. Now I'm happy. We're good to go. Good morning, Bri. Hello, my lovely. How is you? You're safe up there in Connecticut, aren't you? And Teresa, you're nowhere near the thing, are you? No, hopefully not. How is your new job working out, or both? Juggling both, Mr. Busy Man. I hope it's everything that you hoped it was, and you're enjoying it. It's really, really good. Okay, good. So you're safe. Excellent, excellent, excellent job. Just don't burn yourself out, my love. Look after yourself. I know you love looking after everyone else, but you can't if you don't look after you. Yes, Mum. All right. We also have. She's still waiting to receive my email. She's a busy girl, but we have a new addition to the family. Nicola Maxwell. She is our new moderator here, and she is also a mod. I found out on where is it? Received email. Oh, Felix. She is also a mod for Legal Vices. Hang on, I've got to open it up a bit more. Legal Vices, Valhalla awaits, Stephen Gosney, and she used to be for Law Talk with Mike, and apparently that she's not there anymore, so she's agreed to come and play with us. So big warm welcome to her, Nicola. Thank you very, very much. Check your inbox. So it'd be great to have her. She'll be a great help. All right. So I don't know if you saw much of this yesterday, Bri, but I was just telling Nina that one of the detectives, one of the first responders, came on to testify, and they showed his body cam footage, and they walked straight in to the garage, lifted the thing up, and straight to deceased person, straight to pew-pewed deceased person as they found him. Yeah, and then the aftermath as well. So graphic content warning, just in case. So the basics of the story is that initially the couple were arguing out. This woman is was a chief petty officer in the Navy, and her husband was a Marine, and she had some mental health issues and some self-deleting ideations, and was in an intensive outpatient treatment program. He apparently had an acquired brain injury of some sort, but from all of the footage that we've seen, because the day of the incident, I think it was the 10th of September 2021, they had been in a massive argument about it started with the remote control. And it escalated to her putting his laptop in the dishwasher, which I actually thought was quite funny. And then her locking him out, and then they were getting physical. She locks him in the garage. He's on the phone again for the third time, I think, to 911 when you hear 4 gunshots. So she's on trial for premeditated unliving. And that's pretty much the crux of it to now. We've just gone through the opening statements and the first responders. I have no idea who's up next, but let's find out together. Let me know if the sound is okay. And I think Kelly must be still in bed. What is it? Nearly 9 o'clock over there. Is that right? 10 to 9? Don't ask me to work it out when we have daylight savings start in a couple of weeks, because that is really going to throw me.
Okay. Everybody can be seated.
Thank you. Thank you for the time.
All right.
We appreciate it.
Oh, not a problem. I understand you needing the additional time, and anything that we need to address at this time before we bring the jury in.
Bring the jury.
Okay. And okay. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in, and I will give them the instruction and then turn it over to the state to call its first witness.
Bless you.
Bring the jury.
Judge, I'm sorry, real quick. I think we've covered it before, but just for Mr. Barnes, typically the way I do experts, I go through sort of my background questions, and then, I'll ask if the defense have any questions, because obviously the court is not supposed to make a ruling. This person is an expert.
Correct.
So rather than ask for a ruling from the court, once I'm done with my sort of predicate
You'll
background
ask if they want to voir dire the witness.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So,
Fine, Judge.
and then if there's either when they're done or there's no questions, then I'll simply move into my questions without the court making that determination.
All right.
Are we good, sir?
Yes.
All rise for the jury, please.
No, you stay there, Judge. You're up. We just thought you weren't that hot.
Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, members of the jury, before we get started today, I need to ask whether or not any of you have received any information about this case, seen anything on the internet about this case? Had anybody try to talk to you about this case
Yes.
since we last
Yes.
saw each
Yes.
other yesterday?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all the jurors are shaking their heads no. Also, again, let me remind you that you cannot discuss this case with anybody. And again, do not use social media, the internet, anything else to get any information about this case or the people and places involved. Everything you will need to decide this case will occur here in the courtroom. Also, I'm going to give you an additional instruction. If you happen to have a question and need to communicate with me, send a note to court security. Any questions that you have can only be.
Yes, yes. Very, very wide. I don't know whether it's the cloak that's deceiving or very broad shoulders, though. Yes. He doesn't look like he's like a huge, like overweight man. Solid, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe it's the ruffles in the shoulders. And his rooting just adds 20 kilos.
Be submitted after you begin deliberations. And so if you have a question,
Okay.
Reed.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
All right. You may call your next witness.
Steve, Dr. Oleski.
And I've put my vape on charge and I've left it in the bedroom. So I'll be back.
Oleski. Deanna Oleski.
That man, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
All right, ma'am, have a seat in the chair. Hold the chair as close to the microphone as you can and speak loud enough into the microphone so that everybody can hear you. Mr. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. My name is Dr. Deanna Oleski, Oleske.
And how are you presently employed?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner in District 1.
And can you describe your basic duties as Chief Medical Examiner?
In addition to my administrative duties, I perform my regular medical examiner duties, which include doing autopsies, preparing
ME. Excellent. Now, given the content that was shared yesterday, I have no idea what she's prepared to show. So just be wary.
autopsy reports and giving expert testimony.
And what area does your office cover?
My office covers 4 counties, Escambia, Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and Walton counties.
Yes, you're very clever.
Texas.
So, skip your resume because we know that you've earned it.
Chain of custody of that body and custody of that body.
Now, the gunshots that Mr. Collin Turner suffered.
Following that, we take, quote, dirty photographs of any of the wounds, again, to show as they were originally. Then following that, we clean everybody up and we reshoot the photographs and try to make them as clean as possible so it's clear where the injuries are.
And for Mr. Collin Turner, what was the cause of those external injuries?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
3 or 4. I think 3 of them connected and one
Now, the gunshots that Mr. Collin Turner suffered, are you able to determine what order the wounds occurred in chronologically?
I cannot.
Are you able to determine whether all the wounds were inflicted at approximately the same time?
I believe that they were.
You can hear them.
Can you describe the first injury?
Sure. The first injury was a gunshot wound of the left upper posterior torso, which is over left upper back, which goes through the muscles of the back, the 6th and 7th cervical vertebra of your neck, and then the musculature in the skin over the right lateral neck, where it does where it exits and then re-enters.
Nobody? Come on. Nobody. No comments. Not even one about the pearls. No? Disappointed.
Pause right there. You mentioned the entrance wound in the posterior torso, correct?
Yes.
Judge, if you could activate the screen for me.
Oh, I don't know what they're going to show.
And Dr. Oleski, here in States Exhibit 76, at the top right of the screen there, is that the wound you're describing to the posterior torso?
So yes, where that L-shaped ruler and the yellow circle number 5 is where the first injury that I'm describing is located.
So the number 5.
Good morning, Regina. Good morning. Good morning. I didn't notice his suit. I like the color purple that she's got. I used to have that color purple in my hair. Fabulous. You haven't missed anything. This is the first witness for the day, and it is the medical examiner.
5 does not correlate to the again the chronology of the wounds. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now you described that as an entrance wound. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you able to determine if that is an entrance wound?
So entrance wounds are.
She's got a nasal whistle. Have a listen. It's not me.
Now you described that as an entrance wound. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you able to determine if that is an entrance wound?
So entrance wounds are characteristically circular, look like a punched out hole, and they have a collar around them called the margin of abrasion, which is caused by as the projectile is literally scraping the skin as it's boring into the body.
Oh no, that's going to really annoy me.
And what was the direction of that gunshot wound there?
Back to front.
This direction of this projectile gunshot wound was from back to front, left to right, and upward.
And was there an exit wound associated with this gunshot wound?
Yes.
Where was the exit wound?
Over the right lateral neck.
Oh.
And States Exhibit 80, what are we looking at, States Exhibit 80?
So we are looking at the right side of Mr. Turner's cheek and neck, and this is a corresponding gunshot exit wound.
And was there a re-entry wound associated with this gunshot?
Yes.
And where was the re-entry wound?
The re-entry wound was over the right wrist.
And States Exhibit 82, is that the injury you just described?
Yes.
Okay. Was there an exit wound for that? Was there an exit for that wound?
No, there's an associated projectile.
And States Exhibit 4, is that the projectile you just mentioned?
Yes.
That was recovered from the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. And What were the injuries caused by that gunshot and the various entrance and exit wounds?
So the associated injuries were fractures of the cervical vertebra, which is your neck, the right triquetrum bone, excuse me, TRUETRUM bone, the fracture of the right lunate bone, which is in the wrist, and hemorrhage along the wound track. So it injures the cervical spinal cord in his neck.
And is that all the injuries and areas of the body that were affected by that first gunshot?
Yes.
Okay. And again, when I say first gunshot, you don't know what order they occurred in. Correct?
I don't
Correct.
know if that was the first one. I don't know how he kept talking. Goodness. If it came out that side, that'd be nasty. No, nasty. Oh, my hair is just unruly.
Did you observe injuries from a second gunshot?
Yes.
Okay. And where was the entrance wound for the second gunshot?
This one was labeled number 6, and it was over the left posterior torso or the left back.
Oh, that nose.
And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 87?
We are looking at a picture of Mr. Turner's left upper back. We can see 2 gunshot wounds, one which I just described over the right side of the photo, and number 6, which is the one that I'm currently describing.
And that is an entrance wound?
Yes.
And what was the path of that projectile?
This projectile went through the soft tissues of the back, through the left 6th rib, the lung, the left 2nd rib, the underlying musculature of the left upper chest, and the subcutaneous skin and tissues of the left chest.
And what was the direction of that projectile?
That projectile was back to front, left to right, and upward.
And was there an exit wound associated with that injury?
Yes.
Or gunshot?
Yes. And that was over the left upper chest.
And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 91?
This is the corresponding gunshot wound with a number 2 associated with it. It is an exit wound. It is has small tears around the surrounding skin and can be easily reapproximated.
And what were the injuries associated with that gunshot?
The injuries associated with this gunshot wound include fractures of the left-sided ribs, injuries and perforation to the left lung, a left side hemothorax, which is a collection of blood in the chest.
It's not.
And
it's not
did you observe, or was there
really
a third gunshot wound that was observed to Mr. Turner?
descriptive, but
Yes, there's another gunshot entrance wound on the posterior right torso, labeled number 7.
And is that what you're describing in State's Exhibit 92?
Yes.
And is that an entrance wound, correct?
So again, this is a circular wound that is punched out with a thin layer of red abrasion collar surrounding the skin, and this is very characteristic of a gunshot entrance wound. Yes.
And what was the path of that projectile?
The path of this projectile perforates the skin and soft tissues of the right posterior back, the right posterior ribs, the right lung, the sternum, and the skin and soft tissues of the chest.
And what was the direction of that projectile?
Back to front, right to left, but this one is without significant upward or downward deviation. So
Was there
horizontal.
Was there an exit wound associated with this gunshot?
Yes.
And where was the exit wound?
The center of the chest.
And what are we looking at, State's Exhibit 97?
We're looking at the center of the chest exit wound that's labeled in a circle with the number 3. It's a slit-like exit wound where the edges can be reapproximated, and this is what corresponds to the wound track.
And what were the injuries associated with that third gunshot?
The injuries associated with this include the fractures of the right-sided ribs, injury to the right lung, a right-sided hemothorax or collection of blood in the right side of the chest cavity.
And was there a fourth gunshot that was observed?
Yes.
Where was the entrance wound for that fourth gunshot?
This was over the lower left posterior torso and was labeled number 8.
And is that what we're looking at, State's Exhibit 98?
Yes, over the top left side of the image.
And again, you described that as an entrance wound, is that correct?
Yes, this is a circular punched out wound with a thin collar of marginal abrasion surrounding it.
And what was the path of that projectile?
This projectile goes through the skin soft tissues of the left.
Back at you, baby. Back at you.
Lower left posterior torso, strikes and perforates the spleen, the left-sided hemidiaphragm, the pericardium, which is this tough tissue that surrounds the heart, sternum, and then the subcutaneous soft tissues of the chest.
The title one. Wow.
And what was the direction of that projectile?
This was back to front, left to right, and upwards.
And was there an exit associated with this gunshot wound?
No.
Upwards. Now, he was sitting at the time. He was sitting. Yes. I know that the gun discharged 4 times. I thought he only had 3 in the chest, but sounds like there's 4. I know they recovered a couple of there was 1 projectile at the scene, and I removed 1 from his chest. I can't say as I remember. I think I was still giggling at Glock Pocket.
Projectile was.
And what are we looking at there in State's Exhibit 101?
We are looking at a picture of a radiograph or chest x-ray, and you can see a round projectile which appears white or whiter
Oh,
than...
that's what I was going to say. So she's saying that it's from back to front, which I expected, left to right, which is fine, but in an upwards direction. Now, he was sitting on that cooler, apparently. So if she's standing in the doorway of between the house and the garage, the carport or garage, whatever you want to call it, unless she's really, really short and was holding the gun low, I would have thought that it would have been more a downward direction. Trajectory. That's a big word for 11 o'clock at night.
Black, and it looks like it's right above the heart.
And was that projectile recovered?
Yes.
He was sitting with his back to the doorway of between the home and the carport on an esky, a cooler box. So, yes, he could have. That's true. That's true. But he was on the phone to 911 when it happened. So he could have been leaning forward with his hand, his knees on his elbows on his knees, perhaps, because one went through his hand as well, I think, which I think may have been the phone because it came out that side. Maybe. There's a theory for you.
And is that what we're looking at there for the record, State's Exhibit 103?
Yes.
And that fourth gunshot that you just described, what were the injuries associated with the fourth gunshot?
Unless after the first one he stood up. Because after the first one, he's still on the phone and he says, "She just shot me." So he may well have stood up. Well, he had to have moved because he ended up laying on his back. So
the injuries included a hemopericardium, which means that there was blood within the pericardial sac that surrounds the heart.
Yeah.
A fracture of the sternum and injuries to the spleen.
Although your natural instinct is to turn around and face where the noise came from, so he could have been simultaneously like standing and turning and fell halfway through. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to go through the natural actions in my head.
And Dr. Oleski, in your career, career as a medical examiner, you've had many occasions to observe gunshot wounds. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many times you've observed gunshot wounds in determining exit versus entrance wounds?
I'd say out of the 2,000 cases or autopsies I perform, a solid 30% are gunshot related.
So it couldn't have been the one through the neck then, because he wouldn't have been able to speak. So would have had to have, I don't know. I should have listened more closely as to where the actual sites were. Normally they bring up the diagram, to show where they are. Hopefully they do that. Maybe I'll have a look.
So yes, I'm very comfortable determining entrance versus exit.
Dr. Oleski, can you give us, are you able to determine after these gunshots were afflicted, how long would Mr. Turner remain alive, in your opinion?
Several minutes. The injury to the heart takes as long as it takes until there's so much blood around your heart that it can no longer effectively pump. So not more than a couple of minutes.
Oh, that's funny, is it?
That gunshot wound by itself, which I believe was the fourth gunshot wound you described, in your opinion, would that have been a fatal wound in and of itself?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Would any of the other gunshot wounds, in your opinion, been fatal in and of themselves?
I believe all of the gunshot wounds are fatal within themselves if not given enough time, but the last one was certainly the quickest.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Was there any clothing that was recovered from the autopsy for Mr. Turner?
Yes.
And were there any defects that were observed to that clothing?
Yes.
And does those correspond to the wounds that you have just described?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 107?
We are looking at the back of the tank top that Mr. Turner was wearing, and we can see 4 circular defects over the left upper, the right upper, and mid to lower back of the shirt that are circular.
Doctor, you can, I'm sorry, Judge, you can blank the screen. Thanks, sir. Dr. Oleski, is it standard procedure to perform toxicology during autopsies?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not a toxicologist, is that fair to say?
I am not a toxicologist.
But you are aware of the results of any toxicology that is performed as it comes back to your office, is that?
Yes.
And you have the report in front of you, is that correct?
I do.
Read.
And so for Mr. Turner, was there anything that came back in Mr. Turner's blood?
Yes, he had one positive finding for amphetamine.
And what was the listed
Oh.
source of that amphetamine?
The source was chest cavity blood.
And do you know what is listed as the source of the amphetamine?
Oh, so you're asking where did that amphetamine come from?
Yes.
Okay. So no, I don't know if that's I don't know if that was obtained through prescription or if this is the result of metabolizing out another drug, and that's what's all that's left is in his body.
What is listed in the autopsy report as, the toxicology report there as the source of the amphetamine? Is there a prescription drug that is listed associated with it?
Vyvanse? Germine?
So amphetamine can be found in
ADHD med.
Adderall or Dexedrine.
And those are prescription drugs, is that correct?
Yes.
Can't find her. This case.
Dr. Oleski, based on everything that you have viewed and the examination of Mr. Turner and your experience, were you able to determine the cause of death for Mr. Collin Turner?
Yes.
What was the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of Collin's death?
Homicide.
Well, thank you, Dr. Oleski.
Mr. Etheridge, cross-examination.
Morning, Dr. Leslie. How you doing?
Good morning. Good. How are you, sir?
Good seeing you again. Dr. Timothy Gallagher did the original autopsy, right?
That's correct.
And unfortunately, he was in an automobile accident and he died unexpectedly.
Yes.
And that's why you had to come in. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, he did his autopsy back September 10th, 2021. When did you start your review of Dr. Gallagher's autopsy report? When did you actually do that?
I believe he died in, I want to say around September or October of 23.
Yes, ma'am.
And I was given a list of cases that were coming to trial. And I believe that I first started to review this case and all the other ones around the same time, November of 23.
So about 2 years, a little over 2 years from the time of the original autopsy.
Yeah, yes.
And you and the other medical examiners kind of divvied up the cases that Dr. Gallagher had done.
Yes, we divided and randomly assigned.
Okay. All right.
Wow. Found it.
And obviously you didn't perform the original autopsy, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you answered the prosecutor's question by saying there's no way you can tell the sequence of the gunshots, right?
That's correct.
And you can't tell this jury whether those gunshots were fired in self-defense or not, can you?
No.
And I believe you testified earlier that any one of these gunshots would have produced death. They were serious, correct?
Correct.
Now, and I believe you've also answered the prosecutor's question that the toxicology report revealed amphetamine in the decedent's system, right?
Yes.
Were you aware, did you become aware at some time that the decedent, before his death, had suffered a traumatic brain injury?
I believe you may have asked me that during a deposition about whether or not I could, whether or not I would have been able to assess that.
Yeah, and that was my next follow-up question. You wouldn't be able to determine just based on Dr. Gallagher's notes and the toxicology's notes and your photographs whether you had organic brain trauma, could you?
No, that's correct.
And probably more likely than not, it would take a neuropathologist to figure that out.
Yes, from the get-go.
Okay. That's beyond your expertise, right?
Neuropathology is not my favorite.
Okay. Now, Dr. Gallagher's report and your review of that showed you that when they found the decedent, he was laying down face up, correct?
I can't recall looking at the scene photo, sorry.
Okay. But your opinion today that he was shot in the back, right?
Yes.
They found him. Okay. But you don't know right now, you can't tell the jury, you don't know whether he was found laying on his back or laying on his stomach, can you?
No.
Okay. And nothing in your autopsy review would have shown that?
No.
You didn't see any crime scene photos or anything like that to see what position his body was in when they found him?
No.
Were you aware whether he'd been moved or not?
No.
And I think you testified this as well today, you relied on Dr. Gallagher's report, toxicologist, and the photos, right?
The autopsy photos, the x-ray, and the chain of custody.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with me, and you tell me you're the expert, not me, but it would be preferable if you did the autopsy yourself. You had the ability to touch, to feel, to examine, to see up close and personal the decedent, rather than relying on photographs and reports from another doctor from a couple of years ago.
It is definitely harder to testify on a case of which I did not personally do.
And of course, deeply unfortunate accident to Dr. Gallagher that was way beyond your control. Now,
sorry,
in examining the photographs specifically,
I missed chat. Sorry, I've been trying to look up the autopsy reports or anything that I can find. So maybe he could have leaned forward when she shot him and leaned backwards after she fired them. And yeah, maybe they showed. No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, normally they have the diagram of like the front and the back, and they document where all the wounds and stuff were, which is what I'm trying to find. But it's not. I've got the autopsy stipulations and what photographs were going to be allowed in, but not the photographs, obviously. But everything after that is just labelled as amended discovery exhibit. So I have to go through each document to see which one it is. I can find it. Well, he was standing up when she shot him, and he was able to sit down. And he was laying on his back on the floor. But yeah, he may well have had ADHD as well. They're amphetamine based. So yeah, it could have definitely been prescription. I didn't know that. This was, yeah, absolutely. Yep. They do the opposite for ADHD. In fact, I'll tell you more about it next Tuesday. I've got my I'm actually getting tested for ADHD. 1,250 Australian dollars for a phone consultation with now over here you have pediatric ADHD psychiatrists. You can't have a psychologist, it's got to be psych. And then you have adult psychiatrist, and then you have to specialize in ADHD. So a phone Zoom consult tomorrow, next Tuesday, $1,250. I tell you what, I better bloody well have ADHD for that money. But yeah, it works the opposite way in people with ADHD. It actually helps you concentrate more. My daughter was diagnosed with ADHD grade 5. All my nieces and nephews have it. My brother also suffers from it. It's just so rife in my family that I always thought I was OCD, because everything had to be in its place, and just even today. But researching it myself and looking it up and then doing online testing for it, it's like a bing, bing, bing. Yeah. So yes, they are they are synthetic versions of it, I think. Like there's also like diet drugs like Duramine, that suppress your appetite and stuff. All those are amphetamine based as well. I thought they were referring to legal drugs. Yes. Yes, they have different brand names. They call the main one we use over here is Vyvanse, and Ritalin for ADHD, but they're both different type, like not like what you would buy on the street, but similar, I think. So far,
Of the decedent's arms, did you see any indication whatsoever, any bruising, lacerations, any injuries?
hey,
It is definitely harder to testify on a case of which that I did not personally do.
And of course, deeply unfortunate accident to Dr. Gallagher that was way beyond your control. Now, in examining the photographs, specifically of the decedent's arms, did you see any indication whatsoever, any bruising, lacerations, any injuries whatsoever, other than the exit wound, I think, which came out of the wrist? Was there anything on there which showed his arms were broken or they were hurt in any way?
Other than the re-entrance to his right wrist, I do not recall of any other injuries on his arms.
Nothing to suggest his arms were being broken or anything like that, right?
Only thing that was broken was related to that
The
projectile.
wound coming out.
Mhm.
Those are my questions. Thank you. Good seeing you, doctor.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. Dr. Oleski, the position somebody is found in, whether face up or face down, is that determinative of where the entrance wounds in the body are?
No.
Okay. If somebody is shot in the back, could they be found face down?
Yes.
Could they be found face up?
Correct.
Could they be found on the side?
Yep.
Okay. It doesn't change the entrance wounds, correct?
No.
Okay.
it's like they were
And
reading our
in your
mind.
review of everything you looked at in your examination of these photographs that we have looked at, is there any doubt in your mind whatsoever the wounds in Mr. Turner's back are entrance wounds?
I have no doubt whatsoever.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, can this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
No objection by defense, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you may step down. You're now excused.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Alderman, you want to go and call your next witness?
I can. I don't know if you want to discuss scheduling at all. This next witness will be a little longer, so I don't know if anybody needed a break.
Does anybody need a break or anything from the jury? Is everybody good?
You just started.
Everybody good? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
State call Detective David Rowell.
Sir, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. All right, sir, if you'll have a seat in the chair, pull the chair as close to the microphone as you can. Speak loud enough into the microphone so that everybody can hear you, okay? Mr. Alderman?
Thanks, sir. Sir, would you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Yeah, David Rowell, Rowell.
Where are you employed?
San Jose County Sheriff's Office.
When it was too strong. The dose was too strong. And Adderall and Ritalin are the main ones here. Okay. Yeah, I agree. And not even a diagram, Bri. Nothing. So I'm trying to look it up to see if it's online. It would have to have been admitted as evidence, surely. Yeah. Yet yesterday they showed everything. Maybe I think they figured, well, we saw that, we don't need to see anything else. That's really, really annoying. Really annoying. Now, who have we got?
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Almost 10 years.
Law
What are your
enforcement.
present duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I am a detective for the Major Crimes Unit.
And can you describe for the jury your basic duties as a detective?
So we investigate most violent crimes, homicides, sexual batteries, internet crimes against children. We get cases forwarded to us from patrol, and we assume investigation.
And approximately how many detectives are there in the Major Crimes Unit?
I think we're at 7 or 8 right now.
And when a homicide comes in, is somebody typically assigned as the lead investigator on that case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many other detectives typically work on the homicide cases that come in?
So most homicide cases that we work, it's usually a unit involvement. Usually everybody in the unit's working it.
Okay. And are you familiar with the investigation into the death of Mr. Collin Turner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was the lead investigator on that case?
That would be me, sir.
Okay. Now, on September 8th of 2021, did you go to the scene at all at Jenks Drive?
Initially, yes, sir. I received a phone call from my sergeant explaining to me what happened. So that evening, I went down to the scene. I was briefed by Major Brinkmans of what they had so far at that point. At that time, Ms. Kuhn was in the backseat of a marked patrol vehicle. I had asked her if she would like to provide a statement at the Major Crimes Office, which is in Milton, which she stated she would.
And was she then transported to the office?
Yes, sir, by Deputy Loha.
He does look young,
And
doesn't
did
he?
you speak with her there at the Major Crimes Unit?
Yes, sir. Myself and Detective Kelly both spoke with her.
Okay, where did that interview take place?
At the interview room at the Major Crimes Office. That's both audio and video recorded.
Wow. 10
And
years
so
on
this
the
is the
job.
same evening. Is that
I thought would have said mid-30s. I suppose, yeah. You could get 10 years on the job with that. Yes. He's got that baby boy face. A lovely skin that we all long for.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed a copy of the recording of that interview?
Yes, sir.
And was that a fair and accurate copy of your interview with Ms. Kuhn on that evening?
Oh, happy birthday for tomorrow, Elizabeth. Oh, so it's the 9th tomorrow, October. So are you Scorpio? Or are you on the cusp before Scorpio? And his chipmunk cheeks, he does. Just want to. I won't ask how old you are. You have the happiest of birthdays. And we'll wish you happy birthday again tomorrow.
You know, this time
In fact, you should celebrate a birthday week at least. I tend to go for the birthday month myself, but a week is sufficient.
move to admit State's Exhibit 109.
Any objection? All right, State's Exhibit 109 will be admitted.
Detective Rowell, after your interview with Ms. Kuhn, did you attend the autopsy in this case?
Yes, sir. I believe that was the next day.
Okay. And is that standard procedure?
Yes, sir. Yeah, whoever's most of the time, whoever lead detective is attends the autopsy. If for some reason we can't make it, another detective is designated to attend.
Okay. Were any cell phones taken into evidence in this case?
Yes, sir. I believe both Ms. Kuhn's and Ms. and Collins.
And did you review any material on those phones?
I reviewed a one cell phone video from Ms. Kuhn's cell phone.
And do you know when that cell phone video was recorded?
So it was the day that the incident happened, 12 with UTC time. It was around 12:57 is when the cell phone video was created.
And you viewed that recording on Ms. Kuhn's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know, this time I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 113.
Any objection? State's Exhibit 113 will be admitted.
You know, this time I'd move to publish 113.
Okay. Just tell me when you're ready for me to
Yes, sir.
open it up.
Right, Judge.
JP? What's wrong, baby? Hey, come here. Come here. What's wrong? What? What did Daddy do? It's okay. Hey, it's okay. 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 Oh. Hey, got you. Come on.
And just brief, Detective, do you know when this, you said this was 12:57. Do you know when this was in relation to the 911 calls that were received that day?
So I believe this was after the first time patrol went to the residence. It was after the first call, before the second call.
Mitchell? No.
What's this?
It's the Mitchell's in the machine.
Mommy, why were you crying? Why were you crying?
Sometimes people just get sad. Hey, JP. Come here. Can we make JP feel better? Can we snuggle him with kisses? Hey. I got you. I got you. Only fixed it, right?
I have a present for you.
What is that present? What is that? Is it a haircut?
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I didn't like the box.
I know. Yeah. Mwah. How about JP does? No. How about fish? Did you know this was one of my favorite movies? Oh, here, hold on. Oh, Deborah and Eric. Come on, guys, let's find something to eat.
Looking for my wallet.
This is what we're gonna do for the next week, is just walk around reporting each other and not talking.
Would you start? You tell me where my stuff is.
I don't have your stuff. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
I'm getting that.
So the kids have got the phone, obviously, and they're playing with it, and they've accidentally recorded the argument.
You don't?
No. You doing what?
I didn't like how noise.
I know you didn't. That's okay.
A Libran.
I don't know, buddy.
If you know where my iPad is? Or my wallet? You don't know? Neither.
I know.
Un momento, por favor. Yay! Happy birthday to you. Ta-da! Something I just whipped up. Happy birthday. All right. 34. Oh, those were the days. Those were the days. Oh, Lord. Oh, even 43 in reverse. Those were the days. Your phone drop signal last thing is something about celebrating. Oh, so I said the least you should have at least a birthday week. I prefer the birthday month, but the birthday week will suffice. Yes, I think the kids were running around with the phone and they caught bits and pieces of the argument. Happy birthday. You're welcome. And you're very welcome. Very, very welcome. I'll play it again tomorrow. I might add some music to it when I just whipped that up then. All right, play.
No, it's not over there.
Where did it go?
Well, it's in your truck. I took my two MXs out of it.
Where is it in my phone?
The driver's side? I don't know, you saw me. You were sitting in the passenger and I was in the driver. And I took the gold and the platinum American
The
Express.
black plastic thing? That's not my wallet.
Hardly, but you're very, very welcome, my darling.
You also took my North Carolina registration and insurance.
Thank you.
Glad you didn't deport it.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Everyone's starting late this morning. What is it? Oh, so everyone's starting at 10. Sorry, I'm getting all these notifications on Discord about who RA is just starting his live stream. As soon as it goes live, it posts onto Discord, and Discord have got me on their like server page, so I get all of their notifications. Thank you. You're very, very kind. Way too kind. Thank you. Really? It is absolutely freezing here. Freezing.
Can we seriously stop this and talk? Like, this is not good for the kids. Did you hear me?
I did hear you. I tried to talk to you a bunch.
No, you didn't. I tried to call you and text you.
No,
She's being sneaky. She's got the phone on record and walking with it, making it look like she's not recording it and taping it. Does that show premeditation?
like last night and then this morning.
Can we stop this and talk? Like, this is
I
nuts.
will listen.
No,
And
this
what you're saying,
is
I may
a
or may
back
not.
and forth thing. I like, this is really what you want to do in front of the kids.
No, it's not. I don't
Okay,
want to
then
talk
what
to
are we
the kids.
doing?
I want you to leave the house or I can take.
I want you to leave the house.
I don't want to be around you for the kids at all.
Okay, then leave.
I don't trust you with the kids.
I don't trust
This
you
is
with the
emotionally
kids.
unstable.
You're on disability for being emotionally unstable.
Or for joint pain.
Okay, that's it, huh? 100% for joint pain?
JP, you better walk out. You're still gonna hear it.
So she's accusing him of being on disability for being emotionally unstable, yet she is the one that is in the intensive out treatment program for having self-deleting ideations. You think maybe she's trying to set him up?
Mr. Daddy.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Mama.
Where's the doggy now? There's always a doggy left. Who's got the doggy now?
Detective Rowell, did you leave the vicinity to speak with any witnesses? When I say vicinity, I mean Florida.
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
I went up to Pennsylvania to speak with Miss Kuhn's brother.
Do you know approximately when that occurred?
Not off the top of my head. I believe within 2 weeks of the actual call.
Okay. And did anybody else go with you?
Detective Kelly did.
And you spoke with Mr. Kuhn, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that recorded?
Yes, sir.
Now, during your interview with Ms. Kuhn, were you aware of the 911 call before you started speaking with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think you had previously said you had already been to the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Okay. And I got the 911 call when I got to the scene.
Okay. And during the course of that interview, did she speak with anybody else besides law enforcement?
Before law enforcement showed up?
During that interview, while she's there in the interview room?
She spoke with her father.
Okay. And how did that come about that she spoke with her dad?
She kept stating numerous times during the interview that she'd like to speak to her dad, and it got to a point to where we allowed that. So within the interview room, we called her dad, let her speak to her dad on speakerphone, and we had stepped out.
Okay. And from the interview, what was the temperature like in that little interview room there?
Well, that particular evening, just Miss Kuhn was cold. So for that incident, we tried to make her as comfortable as possible. So we did have a little space heater that we moved in there,
okay.
And had that going for the first 15-ish minutes of the interview.
During the course of that interview, were you able to understand everything that Ms. Kuhn said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she can be soft-spoken, is it, during that interview? Is that right?
Yes, sir. For the first 10 minutes of the interview, she was more soft-spoken. As the time rolled on, she got a little louder and maybe more comfortable. So.
Okay. And the microphones in that room, are there places that are better, where it's easier to pick up the sound than others in that room?
Yes, sir. Typically, where the table's positioned in the interview room, we usually like the person being interviewed to sit at the table. However, for this incident, she had sat in a corner. Typically, we don't do it like that, but at that point, we just wanted her as comfortable as possible.
Okay. So was she farther away from where the microphones were situated?
Yes, sir.
Now, this time I would move to publish State's Exhibit 109.
Okay.
And I'm ready, Judge.
You're cold. Let me see what I can find.
Hey, if anything, I have a blanket in my trunk. You have to let me come back inside though.
Give me 1 second.
Don't ask me why, but I have a quilt in my trunk.
Yeah, 12 seconds. Yeah, I think I got like a sweater or something else.
Get to the interrogation, shall we? I've watched this bit. They just go and get her a jacket. Heater.
Oh yeah, it is busting out some good heat.
call my dad. I never even did that. Huh? Can I call my dad?
Oh, that's gonna be up to the main guy. I'm pretty much just assisting them.
Come on.
I did add your.
What am I getting? I'm getting feedback. Why? Why? Oh, got two things open. Oops. Sorry.
Feel comfortable with what you said? Okay. Yeah. All right, Miss Bree.
Just your moment.
Would you like it over there by you? Okay. The only thing I'm gonna say one thing, and that is, I've talked to a lot of people tonight. Okay. I feel like your voice is the most important. I want to give you the opportunity to kind of explain, or maybe give us a little bit of insight exactly what happened tonight. That's kind of why it's important for you being here. But due to the day and age that we live in, I'm going to go and read you your rights to pay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can't be used against the court. You have the right to have a lawyer present while being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, will be appointed for you without cost before questioning. If you wish to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time. Do you understand your rights?
I'm under arrest.
You don't under arrest. You're just detained. You're
just detained.
You're not under arrest. Talking to you down there, you said that you would talk to me, answer some questions. So just kind of walk me through today. I know we got called out there a couple times. So just walk me through Bree's eyes.
I called the first time. We were arguing, and Collin asked him to stop.
Oh, yeah.
He was threatening to take the kids.
Okay.
He said that since I had tried to kill myself a couple months ago, that no judge in the world would give me custody of children.
I'm trying to find the best audio for that because there is a lot of background noise in there, and I can't boost her voice. It boosts the whole lot. I'll keep trying though.
He's packing.
You want to take your handcuffs off?
Yeah.
You want to come off? Okay, that's fine.
I didn't realize you actually think it's on the other. She just reminded me of it.
Be a lot more comfortable for you.
And stuff. Just saying he's gonna take the kids and
Today he was.
yeah, and I feel like good. This is in like our bedroom area, and he pushed me up against the doorway. And I was just trying to talk to him, and then we were in the bathroom. He threw me on the ground and said nobody would believe me because I was a crazy bitch. And so I called the police. And they came. They said they couldn't do anything because I didn't have any marks on me. And there wasn't any witnesses. And he made a statement. He filled out something. And I got the kids' stuff out of his truck while he was doing that. And put it in my car. Because I was going to take him somewhere if need be. I got the garage door opener out of his truck, and I think when they left, he was like on the phone with my hand. So I closed the garage doors and I locked the door and took the batteries out of the lock so that he could come in and take the kids. I didn't want them. I didn't want them to see fighting. Thank you. And then there was a couple hours later that my daughter.
Good morning.
Was napping, and I was texting him and calling him because he was in the driveway.
I've just tried to clean up the audio a bit. Can you still hear that? You're having trouble hearing it? I'm playing with the audio. Maybe I've turned it down too much. I'm trying to play with the audio to reduce the background noise. Can you not hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Okay, cool. So, all right. I just wanted to make sure. I've been playing with the audio to try and get rid of that background noise, and I thought I'd turned myself down too much. All right.
Way. He wasn't leaving, but he was just in the driveway.
How long was he locked out of the house?
Maybe an hour.
Okay. So
how are things down there, Udahef? We were having a look at the hurricane. Looks like it's going to hit a little bit later, about midday Wednesday, I think they were saying. You guys all right? You starting to feel the winds? Oh, buggers.
No. My kids, they're 4 and 3, and the 3-year-old, sometimes she wakes up from a nap, like really confused. Just hysterical. I keep getting console her. And it's usually hit or miss on who can console, but sometimes we end up just, we'll have her for a little bit and then give her to me. She's still screaming all her. I got handed her back and forth a couple times. But she was still crying. So I took her out front. And he was still there. So and I started showing her. I gave her some. And he would talk to me. I had texted him, just, saying like this is really happened. I want to do like this is just crazy that I'm fighting for the kids. Yeah. I went out there to go get her. They see it called police this time. And he told them that I have mental health issues and that
Aren't you just lovely? Look at you, being all manly and stuff. Yes, absolutely. You cootie patooties. She must not be far from you then. That's good.
It's reasonable. He doesn't trust me to leave me alone with the kid. She wasn't correct.
Oh, he's white. Well,
He just wanted to take them because I told him that I wanted a divorce. So he was just trying to take the kids. I have an appointment tomorrow and on Friday. It's divorce lawyers. I just wanted to get divorced. And not fight for the kids. And not get from around. And then the police made you let him back in the house. And I was crying, and the kids were crying. Can I talk to my dad?
It is a lot. So what happened after the law enforcement left the second time?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Which part?
After they left, when I know I called my mom. He's in the garage again, and I locked him out. I locked him for some reason. I think to talk to him.
You locked him out for some reason, and that was
No, I locked him out. He was in the garage. I locked him out.
Okay.
But he didn't. He was still in the garage. It's open for to talk to him. And he tried coming in, so I locked the door, and he kicked my foot. And was trying to push to go to the door. And I was trying to keep him out.
So she locked him out. He called the police. They came over and they told her that you cannot lock him out of his own house, and made her let him back in. Where do you think that was going to go again?
And then I shot him. He was still coming towards me. I don't think I shut the door, and I went to get my kids, and I took them out of his house, threw them back to go to the neighbor's house, and I saw a kid riding his bike, and I stopped him, and I told him to call 911, and I was banging on my neighbor's door, trying to get them to go 911. And to take the kids so I could go back and help him because I shot at him.
How many times did you shoot him? Sure. So just to kind of...
I didn't mean...
One shot, maybe. Accident. 4 shots? No. She fired the first one. He's still talking. She waits. She past 3 more. Third thing here is, I've lost both of their parents. Yep. Correct. But she didn't say. She said, "Oh, I shot him and he was still coming towards me." And then she ran to get her kids so that she'd go back there and help him. Why would you take your children to the site where you've just shot your husband? She didn't mention the extra 3 shots. Something's not ringing true to me. I'm sorry. I'm calling bullshit. The odometer is going off. It's been rekerfuffled and calibrated, but the bullshitometer is going off.
Shoot him. It was at least twice I would need to shoot him, but I did. He said something and just the look on his face.
What was the look on his face?
He was going to kill me.
Oh.
And that's what I was trying to.
The look on his face like he was going to kill me. He was on the phone to 911 and he was calm and shocked. And he said, "She just shot me." I'm with you.
Where did you get the gun? And you said you came to the door. Did you already have the gun in your hands?
Yeah, where did you put it?
You already had the gun in your hand when you came to the garage door?
Tried to concealment. That is, what is it? Proof of guilt, isn't it? Is that? It's like concealment. Why would you hide it? You would just put it down on the bench, wouldn't you? You were in shock. Yeah, he was on the phone. Exactly. Ooh.
You think so?
I don't know.
Okay. This seems like it all happened pretty quick. I can definitely see that it all happened just very quickly.
He's dead. There's.
So
I went to go help him. I couldn't get in the front door because I had taken out the batteries from earlier. The garage door was closed. So I ran back around back. And opened the garage. He was. Screaming. I couldn't open the garage door. Till I let the neighbors in, and I did. I went over. I pulled it. I was able to open it. I was. I tried to. He was.
I believe that you tried to help him. Okay?
Tried to help him, but was there any blood on her clothing when she was arrested? I didn't see anything. With that amount of blood loss, there would be something on her. She would have had it on her knees, kneeling over him to try and do CPR. She would have had it everywhere. I didn't see any evidence of that.
Was he dead? Is he dead? They would tell me he was dead.
Yes, ma'am, he passed away.
You're in the Navy, like him, so you know how to.
I know that all happened pretty quick. Okay, so you locked him in the garage. You came to the door.
Can I, please?
Hang on a while, okay?
Oh, no.
You gotta get through this first. This is important.
No.
Where's the gun on the caps? Forget it.
It was.
One to the chest and one in the heart. I didn't mean to kill him.
It's in the kitchen. I put it in the kitchen.
Where's it normally kept?
On the table.
In my closet.
Your closet?
Yeah, we have 3 guns.
You guys share a closet, or is it your closet, his closet?
We share a closet.
Okay.
How is it normally kept? There's kids in the house. I figured there's a way to keep it away.
It's up. The shotgun is the one that's out.
Is the handgun in a safe? Is it in its lockbox? Is it in its gun container?
No, it's just up high.
It's just up high?
Yeah.
Okay. So the kids can't get it, that's why it's up high? Okay. Why did you have the gun when you went to the garage door? Do you know?
I just wanted to go. Why did they arrest him when I called the police? Why did they arrest him? I didn't want him dead.
I wasn't out there.
I told them.
Yeah.
Was he on the...
Where are my kids?
Where were your babies?
Where are my babies now? They don't have a dad.
Where were they?
They don't go to jail. They don't.
Hey, Bree, where were your babies at when this went down?
They were in my room.
They were in your room? Okay. Do they normally hang out in there, or did you tell them to go to your room?
I don't know.
You're not sure? Okay.
Okay.
You've got 2 small ones, and you have a 12-year-old girl?
No,
Where was your 12-year-old at?
With them.
They were with them in your room?
Yeah.
Okay. Was he on the phone
Did
at
you
all?
guys call? Did you call my in-laws so they can come?
We'll take care of
We
it.
will take care of it. Okay, they're going to be safe.
Oh, they're good.
Was he doing anything when you opened up the garage door? Was he talking on the phone? Was he working on anything in the garage? What was he doing when you opened up the garage door?
I
I know you do. I know.
I don't.
We'll get you a phone, but it is really important that we get everything out of you so we know how to make sense of everything, okay?
Doesn't make sense. My husband's dead. Why did they just arrest you?
The best that you can remember. Okay, when you opened up the door, what was your husband doing?
There's just so much blood.
I know.
I've never seen anybody dead.
Really? Yeah. Could have locked him in the garage and taken off with the kids. Yep. Selfish woman.
Where was he standing when you were in the...
Those kids in the bedroom and take the gun. That's premeditated. And they heard those shots. I thought that she said that she took them down to her neighbours because she didn't want them hearing the arguments and she didn't want to argue in front of them. She's just contradicting herself.
in the garage?
No, it's just so.
Was he close to you, far away?
He's yelling and screaming and banging on the door.
He should have just let me kill myself once I knew.
Oh,
because then he would be dead.
I'm sure he didn't want you to do anything to yourself. Right?
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Oh, really? Have a choice.
I don't call it. I have to talk to my dad.
We'll get you a phone book. It's real important for us to understand your perception of what was going on with your husband.
Bree, you're the only one. You're the only one that can provide these details for us. Okay. I know. Well, like I told you at the very beginning, okay, I think it's very important to give a voice. Okay, now's your chance to kind of tell us what happened from your point of view to kind of help explain the situation.
He doesn't have a voice.
You're not hyperventilating, lady.
I just thought maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was okay.
Did he have anything in his hand when you had to shoot him?
Yeah.
I can't do this.
I know it's very hard, okay, but you gotta be strong. If not for you, but for your babies. Okay, you gotta be strong. I know. Hey, but you gotta be strong. Bro, you're still a mother. Okay, you gotta be strong. Okay, you're the only one that can make light of this situation. You're the only one. Okay, if it was an accident, it was an accident. Okay, if things just got out of hand and it was a mistake, then that's what it is. But you gotta tell us something. Okay, if things just got out of hand and you made a mistake.
They're trying to trip her up. Yeah, I'm waiting for her to start saying something about him being aggressive, and they'll just go,
You gotta tell us that.
He had his back to her. No, she doesn't know. Although she would have had an idea because she shot first, and then he said she just shot me. So she must have at least assumed he was talking to someone. I would think. Yeah, no, not an accident. Sorry.
Okay, because we don't know what to believe otherwise. Okay, you're the only one that can provide us any sort of light. I don't think you're a bad person. Detective Kelly doesn't think you're a bad person. Nobody thinks that you're a bad person. Okay, sometimes we do things that we let things get out of hand. Okay, and we make mistakes. But it's not the mistakes that define us. Okay, it's how we move on from those mistakes. Bree, you gotta listen to me when I tell you that. Okay, it's not the mistakes that define how we move on from those mistakes.
Go to jail. I need to talk to my dad. I need to talk to my
Let me
dad.
just ask the one quick question. Okay, why did it happen? Bree, just tell us why it happened. That's.
Why did they just arrest him?
I don't know.
When did he call the cops again?
Oh, she thinks he was on the phone to the cops. Okay.
Why did it go down?
phone call. Dial 9, and then you can dial whatever long distance, whatever you have to do. Okay.
I'll give you some coffee.
Can you lock it?
Yes.
Yeah.
What time is it in New York right now?
10.
10.
Did he just text me though?
4, 5, 8,
Sure.
6, 6, 4, 4, 5.
It's not really a number he doesn't. So let's just dial it one more time. I'm waiting for 5 minutes.
Hello?
Daddy.
Daddy. Daddy? You're a grown woman, you're saying daddy?
I'm in your office. Daddy.
You're at the police?
Yeah.
You're at the police station?
Yeah.
All right. Whew.
I killed Collin.
I know you did something. I know you did. I'm just trying to figure out why. Was he threatening you or?
It's never too early to have drunk fingers with the day before your birthday. So she's rung her father before the police got there and spoken to him and told him, because he already knew. Should call him first or 911?
The kids okay?
No, they don't.
No, then you need to have a hangover.
Their dad is dead. And I'm belong in jail. I'm sure I'm going to jail. I think.
So are you in now, or you're allowed? Is this a phone call you're allowed?
Yeah, I can call you.
This is the cat that has to curl up on my mouse pad. He literally tries to fit. Well, you can't even see him. Fit on my mouse pad and falls asleep. Yep. Weirdo cat. Fingers. And gone. Yo, shawty, it's your birthday. We gonna party like it's your birthday. Stop waving your butt in my face. Come on.
Have you, obviously it's early, we haven't figured out what the course of action is, but are you gonna need a lawyer, or are you gonna plead? Well, anyway, I'll ask you this later.
I don't know, Daddy. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you're not gonna know. I mean, this is a shock.
We have such a good weekend. He's my best friend.
Hold on, speak clearly. No, I'm not here to.
I know.
You have to what?
You're still having such a good weekend. He's
What I heard.
my best friend.
Parents said you guys had a great weekend, but for some reason, Collin started this thing last night with you. I mean, you obviously didn't put his computer computer pressure. We're clear on that, right?
You didn't put it in there.
He's dead.
He did, right?
He's
He
dead.
did.
Oh, yes, he is. I'm sorry about that. I'm very sorry. And Hardy's got Kylie. You knew that, of course.
Yes.
All right. And JP and Laney are with Child Protective Services, I guess?
I don't know.
You don't know?
They wouldn't
Okay.
tell me anything.
All right, we'll find out tomorrow. We'll start calling. Are you with the Sheriff's Department?
There was a deputy here.
Okay, because I've been trying to figure out, all the police numbers, they go straight to voicemail unless you call 911.
I think it's an attorney, district maybe. The district attorney, state.
Oh.
It's a guy in his name. He asked if I would come to his office and talk to him.
No,
And so the cop brought me here.
Oh, so you're waiting to talk to somebody in their office?
I talked to them.
Oh, you did? Okay. What did you tell them? Yes.
I know, so I killed him.
Well,
I tried to help him.
You tried to help them?
I got the kids out of the house and I went back and I tried to help him, but there was just blood everywhere.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Where are, all right, I'll be able to find out the answers to these things tomorrow. We got to figure out, do you want us to come down there? Is there anything we can do? I know it's a little early to start figuring this stuff out because you're still in shock.
That's what I would do. Get in the car and go straight
I
down
guess you were
there.
telling Eric when this happened.
Is he okay?
He's Eric.
He is. He's shook up though, as you can imagine, as we all are, not as much as you are, but everybody's just trying to sort it out, so.
Oh, her brother.
Just, just obviously you don't want to think about it, but you've already spoken to the district attorney, and what was just a question about what happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it a short conversation? Did you waive your right to an attorney?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
I think I need one though.
Well,
yeah.
May or you may not, but typically people do in these cases. So it's been too early for any type of this stuff discussed, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Never.
How did the district attorney conversation end?
I wanted to call you.
He let me call you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, are you going to continue talking to him, or that's the end of the discussion?
Not tonight.
You will talk tonight?
Not tonight, no.
Not tonight. Tomorrow, did you mention, or you just don't know?
No.
Okay. Do you know if Don and Teray know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. I don't either. Yeah. I keep crying, on. Yeah.
No.
I mean, I gotta believe there was a reason it happened. Typically, don't go around shooting people without a reason. He threatening you, or were you in the middle of an argument? Eric seemed to think he sounded like Tom was mocking you at the time. But I don't know.
What's the reason?
You don't know either.
I need to go back to the hospital.
Are they taking you to the hospital?
I don't know.
All right, well, why do you need to go back to the hospital? Are you thinking of hurting yourself, or?
I don't know.
All right. I don't know either. And this isn't so. I really don't know what I'm going to be able to do. We just tried to heard it. We couldn't believe it, of course, and that became obvious that it was true. I'm sure there was a reason. Are you in the office right now by yourself, or are you listening there? Can I, before we're done, when you're about to hang up, did you see if the district attorney can talk to me, or has he already said he can't, or he's already left?
I'm in the room by myself.
Okay.
I can ask him. I'll knock on the door.
Well, we're done. Is there more to talk you have to talk about? I'm here to listen.
Daddy.
Yeah, I know you don't. You don't, sweetie. This, well, I don't have the answer for this one. This is a big deal.
You know, I feel my best friend.
I killed my best friend.
Father of my kids.
I killed my best friend. Didn't she say she was going to? She had appointments for a divorce lawyer, but I killed my best friend. Bullshit.
I just fucked up everybody. I killed him. It's fucked up everybody else's life.
Where'd you check?
My dad. I wanted to know if you could talk to him.
Oh, okay.
Daddy, the guy's here.
Daddy.
Okay, I'll talk to you later. Huh?
So she'll be present. You're on. She'll be present.
Dad.
All right. All right. Well, I'm just trying to sort this out. I don't quite know where to go from there. So it sounds like you'll be seeing the jail staff later tonight. If you feel, I'm not trying to plant any suggestions, but if you feel like you're going to hurt yourself, you better point it out to somebody, all right?
Yes.
There's light at the end of this tunnel. It's difficult to see at this point.
Yeah.
We got to get through these first few hours. The shock can start to wear off, and before you do anything rash, okay?
Yeah.
You're hearing me, right?
Yes.
All right.
What about
What?
Lainey and JP?
That I don't know yet. Obviously, they've been taken into some sort of protective services, so we'll have to start researching that tomorrow.
Can you guys take care of them
Permanently?
until I can have them back? For now? Just so they're not in a foster home? Until something else gets figured out.
Well, we're going to be involved in figuring out the process. I guarantee that. We have to talk to Teray and God, I don't even know if they know yet. Don't know.
Okay.
All right, my answer was absent, as you noticed. I did not say I was going to do that, and I don't mean to upset you more with that, but
I understand.
I'm not ready to make. What's that? No, you don't understand, but damn it. You know, I'm really pissed right now, Bree. I'm very mad at you. I know you're going through a terrible thing, but Jesus, this is so uncharacteristic. Why did you go for it? Why did you grab a gun? Was he going to hurt you?
I don't know.
What's that?
I don't know.
Are you on any medicine now?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have them with you?
No.
Well, that's something that needs to be addressed. Could you bring that up to the sheriff, respectfully, of course?
Yes.
Or the jail staff, if you had to wait that long?
I will.
All right.
Over.
My mind is racing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. I'm not familiar with this situation.
At least her father's not enabling her. He's telling it like it is, and she deserved that. She is being selfish, and she shouldn't ask that. I mean, she's what? Like 40? So they'd have to be in their mid-60s, I would assume. And those are rambunctious kids. They're not quiet or demure by any means. So that's a big job and a big ask. Big ask.
information, as you are not. All right, well, later tonight, if you get another chance, you're going to have to give up your phone at some point.
I don't have my phone.
Oh, that's right. Okay, you're on this. I said, I'm trying to think. Okay. They're good. Later, tomorrow morning, because the investigation has reached a certain point, they're going to charge you with something. You know that, obviously.
Yeah.
And whether they decide you need a secure medical facility or a jail, some sort of holding cell, a jail, is going to be, it sounded like the sheriff said, depending on what you tell the jail staff.
Okay.
When you're being admitted, you're going to have to tell them something one way or the other. All right, well, when they offer you a public defender, agree, take the public defender, a lawyer, until we can at least figure out a better way of going, okay?
Okay.
Just so we have a point of contact, so you have a representative, someone we can call and get questions answered.
Okay.
All right. Honey, I know you're in shock right now. I know this is awful. I wish there was something I could tell you to make you feel better. I don't know what it is. We got your back. We love you. In the morning, we're going to start trying to get you more answers. But the public defender could do that as far as finding out where the kids are and stuff like that. I'm sure they're safe. I don't have them here, obviously.
Yeah.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
Your brother's okay. He's shaking. He was, he called me. He was in a panic. Yeah, somebody else is calling right now. I don't know who it is. But, so yes, Eric's okay.
Okay.
I guess you were texting in the car, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He said, I think you texted too, but it went too late.
You texted your brother. Oh, I just didn't know.
Okay.
What emoji was you? No.
Thanks, Chad.
Well, you're welcome. Just stay calm. And easy to say, right? I'm so sorry.
I just can't believe this.
Was waiting for it. We sort of touched on that a bit yesterday. No, it's not a one-time thing. I really don't know, Udhef. The last day of the Carly Gregg, I don't know if you were online when we did the last day of the Carly Gregg trial. It was just announced that totally unaware at the very start. She just made an announcement that was it. That was it. That's all I've heard. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on, but yeah, no one from there has contacted me. No one has. They don't even get into my chat. Nothing. Then there's other channels that I've been on in the chat with them and not even acknowledged. So I've no idea. I don't know, and I don't want to say anything bad about anybody. That's not my intention here, and I was waiting for it, but yeah, I have no idea, and I'm blocked on everything. Just don't exist. Yeah. So please don't feel obliged in any way, shape, or form that you need to. I didn't say anything because I didn't want anyone to feel like they had to take sides or anything. I don't want any of that rubbish. There is enough room for everybody, and well, there is no ill will. I don't wish anyone any harm. We'll just chalk it up to YouTube. That's all I can do, and move on. So, but thank you for asking. I don't know who asked yesterday. Someone asked in the stream yesterday as well, and I'd. Never mind. Yeah. Don't know. But people behave in mysterious ways, my darling. That's life, and Xfinity is giving me. What's that? What's that? Oh, thank you, Deb. Thank you. You guys rock. But please don't feel that you have to take one side or the other, okay? There is no sides. It is whatever you choose. What's Xfinity, Kel? Are you? Kelly's down that way too, isn't she? Oh, look what you've done now. You'd have to start me again. I don't know what Xfinity is. Please explain. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. Who was the one who was streaming all night? Anywho, Xfinity's cable. Oh, okay. No, it's nice out here. No rain forecast. I mean, is that Tennessee? No. I know I've asked you before. Yeah, they're very good at avoiding it. Well, I don't know. You don't have to choose, my darling, at all. Please don't feel like you do. You are too nice. And it's Elizabeth's birthday tomorrow. She's 23. Okay. Yeah, I've got cable, is what we call it, NBN, but it's hardwired to the computer. You can't stream with Wi-Fi. It just drops out. It's a pain in the ass. And yes, I said ass. Thank you. I do feel terrible because I know that she's got to have some back surgery next week, which isn't good, but pack of nongs. Thank you. Now stop it. You'll ruin my makeup again. Right. Have you been watching this? To have this daddy conversation, this BS that she's spewing here. I think she thinks she might be a bit smarter than she actually is. Just quietly. Yes, Uda have. I'm an October girl too. Oh, 54 on Saturday. Oh, happy birthday for Saturday. She does, yes, she does. I'm well, actually, I'll be 53 this year, Kelly. 53. But my birthday's in December. So you're way older than me. Can't see. Yes, well, I need to work out. I'm that old. I cannot, for the life of me, work out how to work Discord. I just don't know. I managed to find you, Kelly, but that was pure luck. Pure luck. Be nice to you. Okay. Oh, I have to be nice to Teresa too then. Yeah. You think some hello Libran. My mum's birthday's the 25th of October and she's a Scorpion, so and my daughter's the 6th of November and she's a Scorpion as well. 34. Fuck, I wish I was 34 again. Oh Lord, the stuff that I would get up to if I had my time again. Let me give you the tip. Zip it. You'd have nothing. Elizabeth, you're 11 months older than me. So you're only 33. Well, it's dirty 30s, naughty 40s. Let me give you the tip. Don't let me give you the tip. You just don't. All right. I need to get a tissue. Play this again. And how funny was my stream last night? I thought I'd be really cheeky, and because everyone else does it, so I just ran StreamYard and put on a trial and said, put up a banner that said I'm watching on mobile and just let it run for the night and fell asleep. Recorded an extra 3 hours of of just the screen, you know, the end screen from Law and Crime. And would you believe when I read the messages, because there was messages going, Jody, into stream, and I was fast asleep. And when I got onto the computer to turn the stream off, there was still 3 people watching. 3 people had sat there watching this end screen for 3 hours. What's next? What's going to happen next? Surely something's going to happen. Holy fuck. I laughed. So it's my sleep streaming. I'm going to sleep stream the the trial that's running at the moment. Bugger it. But Horny 40, yes, well, yeah, same, but different. Yep, pretty much. Finally older than someone and not the youngest. I'm old at heart. Yeah, old soul, are you? All right. Let's play, and I'll go get a tissue.
That is nothing. I don't know if it's worse that he's dead or that I killed him.
All right, well, let's focus on the things that, Kylie's okay, she's with Artie, and the kids are okay, and we will start seeing what we can do as far as, getting them in a better situation, all right?
Okay,
All right, I will talk to you tomorrow morning.
love you.
As far as I know, I love you too. Bye. Bye.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Rowell, towards the end of that conversation where we hear Ms. Kuhn speaking with her dad, she makes several references that she has spoken to the district attorney, the guy in the suit. She is referring to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you work for the sheriff's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
She did not speak with anybody from the district attorney's office, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, during that interview of nearly 53 minutes, at any time did Ms. Kuhn relate to you that Collin had ever raped her?
No, sir.
Did Ms. Kuhn ever relate to you anything that Collin had was threatening the children's safety or was threatening to kill the children?
No, sir.
Did she ever mention anything about Collin's gun in his truck?
No, sir.
I know the space heater was on there towards the beginning. The first thing she mentioned to you was he was going to take my kids, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then her version was he kicked her, he's coming at her, and she shot him.
Her first version, yes, sir.
Okay. And he was going to kill her.
He had a look, yes, sir. He had a look on his face that was inferred to her that he was going to kill her.
And you and Detective Kelly asked her repeatedly towards the end about what he was doing, where was he?
Jack, the best evidence is the video we just watched, not his interpretation of what was on the video. Best evidence is what we just watched.
I'll overrule the objection for now. Go ahead, Mr. Alderman.
Towards the end of that interaction with Ms. Kuhn, you and Detective Kelly asked her repeatedly about what Collin was doing, where was he? You specifically asked, did he have anything in his hands? What was he doing? Did you ever receive an answer to any of those questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, Detective Rowell. Those are my questions.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. No bullets, no bullet fragments, no shell casings, nothing was ever sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing. Was there, Detective?
No, sir.
Bree told you where the firearm was located, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to do. Thank you. That is lovely, but thank you. Yes, I saw your message. There was a few messages that someone had said. I think Miss Mandy came in and said, it's after 5 here, Jody. You might want to turn off your stream. And I had every intention. I don't know why, for some reason, I thought it was going to be an 8-hour case, but obviously it was the day one, so it was only the afternoon because they had jury selection. And it just happened to pop up as I ended my stream last night, and I thought, oh, by I'll just run it and just let it run, you know. And for I think 5.5 hours, but 3 of them were just the screen. I can't believe 3 people were sitting there going, what's happening? Well, at least maybe I'll have a full recording of this trial and we can watch it together. But yeah, I got up this morning and I think nearly 200 people had watched it. So that bumps up my watch time hours, which is good. I just need to get I've met all of my watch time hours for monetization. I've met everything except for the subscriber count, which I'm not far. I'm like at double digits now. It's down to, where are we? I think I'm down to 96. Yeah. So it is this far away. Really shake my fist at ducks and tell them to get off. Or you must be old. Can you send your ducks over here? Because I've got snails everywhere this time of year. And I'm talking every year I have to go out and do snail hunts. I went out 2 nights in a row this week, especially after it's rained. You go out just at like dusk, or 9, 10 o'clock-ish at night with my gloves and a bucket of bleach. And I've collected 545. And that's only from one side of the garden. And I reckon if I went out there again tonight, I would get more. They're disgusting. You know, sleeps. Yeah. Well, heaps of other people do it. And that's 99%, I think, of Steve's streaming. Is he just runs trial after trial after trial, 24/7 pretty much. And he's not even there. So, like it. I may as well make use of it overnight when I'm not streaming. Well, overnight. Late morning, early morning. I start streaming it late at night. You sent me some ducks. Do you know I can I actually learnt how to do a duck call properly. You ready? Hang on. Calling all ducks, calling all ducks. We were talking about the ducks the other night. I got I got invited to be on a panel with Aussie Insider and Miss Mandy to talk about the Karen Reid trial. And yeah, she's a dag. She looks nothing like what her voice sounds like. Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. And her real name's Tina. It's my sister's name. Sorry, Aussie Insider. Just gave away a trade secret. All right. Yeah, the ducks just reminded me of that. So I shall look at my Discord and see some duckling.
And you knew the deputies had been out there at least twice before the shooting happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
But law enforcement didn't do anything. They didn't make any arrests, did they?
No, sir.
Work out how to.
And Bree asked you twice during the video, at least twice, why didn't they arrest him? Why didn't they arrest him? You didn't have an answer at the time, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you know at the time, or do you know now, that she told the deputies not once but twice that she'd been raped and not a dang thing was done?
Post that incident, yes, I was told about that, but also that she wouldn't fill out a statement or anything of that nature. The initial call was for battery only. When
you sent me some ducks, was it on Discord? I haven't got anything. I just took a quick glimpse at that map you sent me, and if you look at it, just at a quick glimpse, what does it look like? Sorry. It does. Looks like a dick. Can you see that? Or is it just me and my imagination? Oh, I can't even. Oh, we got some gossip here. Me and my boyfriend were being naughty, and afterwards I picked up my phone and somehow I went live. Oh! Overdose. Yep, 21st century problems. I'm glad they weren't streaming back in my day, that's for sure. You'd all have your retinas burnt. That's gold. Did you send someone away? It does look like it, don't you reckon? Or is it just me? I don't know if you can see with that lighting, but just the way the bands of the weather pattern. I can't tell if you can see it or not. Nah. Yeah, there you go. Take the light off it. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, look, I'll just take a screenshot of it and send it back to you. It's a penis. Well, you sent me the screen pic, so you can look at it. You tell me. Oh, dear. All right.
They explained to her that no arrest would be made on a battery. Then she decided to bring forth the sexual battery allegations.
They didn't do a rape assault
What
kit
else
on
was
her,
it?
and they didn't investigate. They didn't question Mr. Turner about this rape, did they?
No,
They did
sir.
absolutely nothing about her allegations about the rape, did they?
No, sir.
And at one point, Bree, she allowed him back into the residence, didn't she?
Yes, sir. At one point.
Okay. Now you knew that Bree had a prior mental health Baker Act proceeding before this happened, right?
At that time of the interview, no, sir.
Okay. And during the interview, there's talk of divorce, threats of the decedent taking the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was one of her worries, that he was going to take the children, right?
Yes, sir.
And then she told you that she locked him out.
Fight of only known fans. Sprung bad fans? No? What app was it, Elizabeth? Do you know? Needless to say, I didn't get on the. You know, there is actually sites that you can go to and watch that shit. People do that, like, on the regular. Trust me, I know. My ex-husband discovered it, and then I discovered that. Yeah.
And he tried to come in.
That was what she
according to the
initially.
video, right?
Yes, sir. That's what she initially stated.
Now,
how many likes?
were you privy or did you know?
How many watch time hours?
Collin, Mr. Turner, in his call to law
You mean
enforcement,
screw tube? Oh no, you started something. Sorry. Sometimes it's nice to be. Yeah. 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 Been a while. Wow.
said that she was trying to break his arm during his call.
Yes, sir. I did know that.
You reviewed that and you knew that before you interviewed you, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I listened to the phone call prior to the interview.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we just heard from the medical examiner, there wasn't any broken arms or anything looking like anybody tried to
Your Honor,
break
I'm
his
going
arm.
to object as to form, as to referencing another witness's testimony.
Sustain as to the form.
Okay, you attended the autopsy, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I did.
Okay. You saw Dr. Gallagher examine the body, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I did.
You didn't see any evidence of broken arms or bruising or lacerations or anything to that man's arms, did you?
No, sir.
So he was lying, wasn't he, about that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object for argument.
Sustained.
And she told you that he kicked her. She blocked him from coming in the house and he kicked her foot, right?
That was what she initially stated. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you don't know, I don't know, jury don't know because none of us were there. Only she was there, right?
Correct.
And unfortunately, Mr. Turner can't tell us, can he?
Correct.
Where did that go? Ah, you stupid. Stupid girl. One second. Yay! Happy birthday for Saturday, Miss Kelly. Let me take that off. There you go. Happy birthday. And remove. And we're back. There we go. There we go.
When did you found out about the mental health issues that Bree was suffering from?
It was either later that night or the next couple of days.
Bingo or bingo? I'm going to have to write that one down. What was your username, Elizabeth? It was a bigger. Unrelated but funny story. My hubs found a video under the beams in the attic. Pops it in to see. It is not us. It appears the original owners. Oh. I remember when I was a kid. That's a long time ago. I must have been under 10 because it was when VHS tapes were still in. Like the VHS video recorders had just come out. In fact, we didn't even have answering machines. It was just it's just home phones, no mobiles. Anywho, I was in the kitchen and I was cleaning and I had to get something off the top of the fridge and there was 2 VHSs on the top of the fridge and I innocently picked them up and to this day I still remember the name. It was called Debbie Does Dallas And that was my introduction to oh. Yes, yes. We need a hacker. It's an app that I'm on with my boyfriend, and I posted some. Oh, you go, girl. You go. You go. But it's a question app where you have learned about anything you want to learn about. Bigo. Okay. Yeah, no, the one that what was the name of it that he used to look up? It was shoot. It was some swingers site, and they had it was like a chat site, but they also had webcams, and you could scroll down and see who was logged in, and people would just turn their webcams on while they were getting and yeah. I'll try and think of the name of it. The stupid thing is, my children were probably 10 and 12 at the time. I've got 2 girls, and he didn't know how to clear his browser history. Idiot. I'll have a think of the name of it. But yeah, there's plenty out there. Plenty. And can you imagine the difference? That was 15 years ago. So yeah, there'd be plenty out there. Question that those. Okay, yeah, I've seen Quora, but I just thought that was like a Reddit type of. Oh. Bugger. Yeah, you've had as much as me then. Yep. I have my cats. I have oh! Well, look at you go, girl. I wonder if there's a smooch tube. Shmoo tube? You make some money off that. Is there any reason why she is, or is that I suppose, is it religious or her choice, or doesn't believe in it until marriage, or are you going to put a ring on it before you something else with a ring? Wow, we need to have a we need to have a dirty stream, I think. Yeah, I confess, me. There's nothing freaky about it, darling. You do you. You do whoever you want. We're just jealous. Oh, no. Yeah. Like I said, naughty 40s. Okay, let's just go. I did the good Catholic girl, married the first boyfriend for 25 years, and yeah, started living at 40. Put it that way. There's plenty of stories to tell.
Days through the investigation.
But unfortunately, you didn't know that information before you started talking to her that night, did you?
Correct. I did not know the information when I was talking to her that night.
Did you participate in the interview with her brother? Did you go to Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. Myself and Detective Kelly.
Okay, thank you. He indicated to you that he was talking to her at or around the same time that this incident happened, didn't he?
That is what he said. Yes, sir.
Adult matchmaker. I think that's what it was called. Site. Sorry. Yeah, I think that was the site. Did it have?
And it looked like from during the interview that you were able to find out that Bree kept her gun.
Oh, I literally was.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Did you know where
I waited till
Collin kept
19.
his guns?
What a
No,
waste
sir.
of all my perky years. Mm.
And she told you you should have just let me kill myself,
Yeah.
didn't she?
That is what she said. Yes, sir. Because then her best friend will
At
still be
least
alive.
twice during the interview, she asked you why didn't
And
they
that's
arrest him when I called the police.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And you mix that with nurses.
I believe she also mentioned during the interview that she tried to help him, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Oh, all right. Now that we're on the topic, I over the weekend found my daughter logged into her binge account on my bedroom TV and didn't log out, so I made use of that. And I found this show called F Boy Island Australia, and it is hysterical. So basically, it's Fuckboy Island, and so they have 3 hot chicks, and there's 24 hot blokes on this island, and 12 of them are supposedly fuckboys, and 12 of them are there to find love, and the girls are there to find love. And there's $50,000 up for grabs, and they have to eliminate one guy a week, but nobody knows what their status is, if they're a fuckboy or if they're a nice guy. So the girls have got to date them all and try and work out who's who. Now, if they get down to the final 2, or if they get down and they choose a fuckboy as their match, then the fuckboy gets control of what happens to the $50,000, and he can just walk or he can share. But if they choose a nice guy and they decide to continue, then they get the relationship and they share the money. But oh my God, it is hysterical, absolutely hysterical. It's on binge. F Boy Island Australia. It's worth a watch. Yes, it has. Sorry, definitely has. Who'd have known when I started off the stream with a Milton update? The ones that least expect. Yes, correct. Yes, indeedly, doodly. There's 3 sure things in life: death, taxes, and nurses. All right, I'll create a stream one day, and we'll have an off the rails, and I won't we'll just have it like a private one. We won't broadcast it. We had to take a detour. I like detours. Sometimes you just need to laugh, don't you? Especially when you're watching shit like this all the time. But that's why I started it.
Y'all didn't make the decision to charge a first-degree premeditated murder. That was a grand jury.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
I'd ask that be stricken from the record.
And the judge to disregard that question, and the question is stricken.
Were you able to ascertain how many guns that
Ascertain.
Mr. Turner had?
You said
Yes,
ask.
sir.
Thank you. Those were the questions.
That was a good cross-examination.
Redirect?
Well,
Yes, sir, just briefly. Detective Rowell, Mr. Etheridge asked you about the gun potentially being sent off for FTLE, for ballistics testing, things of that nature. Why was that not done in this case?
It was not relevant to the case.
And can ballistics match certain projectiles to certain firearms?
Yes, sir.
Thorns.
Did you have any question as to which firearm was used in this case?
No, sir.
Oh, fuck. I just got a notification from Google Chrome. The Chris Thorne Show. Update on 13-year-old who fatally stabbed her 7-year-old sister over a note about the toilet. The fuck? Shall I click on it and have a look? It's a YouTube. Oh, check it out. Right? Clickbait. Oh, it's a short. Yeah. Meh. That's how it is in here. You never know what. Yes, correct. You never know what you get. Sometimes I'm here, and sometimes not. All right, let's get this. Let's get this going because I've got a sleep stream set at 3 a.m.
Mr. Etheridge asked you about the phone call with Collin, and he mentions she tried to break my arm, and he asked you several other questions. Did Collin mention that he had bruises on his arm?
No, sir. Not on the phone call.
Did he say he had lacerations on his arm?
No, sir. Not on the phone call.
Did he say his arm was broken?
That it was broken? No, sir. He just said she tried.
Did he say he had any physical injuries of any kind?
No, sir.
And obviously, he was never able to further describe what happened, correct?
Correct.
I want to see the rest of that interrogation video because I reckon she's.
Mr. Etheridge asked you did not know Collin's gun was in the truck, correct?
No, sir.
And you didn't know how many guns Collin had?
Correct.
That's because she never told you, did you?
No, sir.
She never brought it up?
No, sir.
Not once?
Not once.
Oh, that's good. I can see. Oh.
As to the incident itself, Mr. Etheridge asked you only Collin and Bree were present. Is that correct?
Correct.
But we have a recording of what happened, don't we?
We do, yes, sir.
Thank you, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can this witness be excused or does he need to remain?
Judge, he doesn't need to remain in the courtroom, or I'm sorry, in the building, but I've asked him to remain on standby for rebuttal.
Okay. All right, sir, you may step down and just remain on standby.
Yes, sir.
On standby. It's Judge Giant.
Right, Mr. Alderman?
Well, come on. Well, how much more?
State rest, Judge.
Okay, if the attorneys will approach.
State rest. Oh, that was quick. I know it's only a 4-day trial, but that was way quicker than I thought. That's what she said. Let me just check what's up next. Maybe I got my. Come on. The song in my head now. Yo, shawty, it's your birthday. We go party. So, this is day 2. Oh, day 4 is the verdict. So, yeah, oh, okay. And day 3 is a half day. Yeah, we'll still get 4 days out of it. That's all good. And then I've got some, oh, well, there's the closings. That should be up there, I think. We'll find out. One's from Court TV and one's from Law and Crime. All right, let's get back. Oh, we're on a sidebar anyway.
Okay. Probably in about 5 to 10 minutes for you. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves. Please leave your notepads and pens underneath your chairs. And we're going to resume the trial around 12:30. So we'll have about a little over an hour break for lunch. So with that.
There's lunch. And we're back. You'll have a nice lunch. You're good?
To inquire of
So
this witness about something that occurred in the hallway. Is that correct?
Oh. He looks a bit retentive, doesn't he?
Randy Etheridge, Your Honor, here on behalf of
Randy.
Bree
Oh,
Kuhn.
Lord. Oh, Lord. That's actually quite an appropriate name. Hey, Randy. Randy.
Has he been sworn in, Your Honor?
Yes, that's where I'm at.
Would you state your full name for the record, please, sir?
Eric Jerome Kuhn.
And Mr. Kuhn, were you called here today to testify via the trial subpoena that was issued by our offices?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where were you at earlier today before you were called in to testify?
I've been right outside on the chair, sir.
Okay. You were aware there was a rule of sequestration that you're not to speak to anybody else about your proposed testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell the court what you saw, what you observed while you were out there waiting for your turn to testify.
Two of the detectives that I had met previously were out there just talking, and then another police officer in a full uniform came out and he started talking about the trial and that the defense was nonsense and that he had been a soldier and PTSD is serving overseas, not here, and things like that.
They talk. Were you in earshot? Could you hear and understand most or any of what they were saying?
He was right next to me.
Okay.
Were they
talking directly about their testimony or the testimony that was to be presented here in court today?
I would presume so. I didn't hear their testimony, but he came out and was discussing being in here and that the defense was nonsense.
Okay. Was one of the persons that you heard talking, was that Detective Roll, the fellow that came up to Pennsylvania to speak to you?
He was being talked to by the officer in uniform. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ooh.
Mr. Alderman?
So, Mr. Kuhn, this uniformed officer, was he discussing things that had happened inside the courtroom?
Yes, he said that. I guess things he heard, he said they were nonsense.
Okay, you just heard him say they were nonsense? The defense is nonsense?
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
He was discussing time served in the military that he had, I believed, and he said something about seeing a skull cracked open from enemy fire is PTSD, that what the plaintiff suffered wasn't.
Okay, so this uniformed officer.
I've heard her name thrown about, and I've seen thumbnails on the true crime feeds, but I only started this channel in March this year, and my first trial was the Ruiz trial, and then I started Karen Reid. And I pretty much started, I think, day 10 of Karen Reid trial. So she was the second case that I actually streamed. But Jody was she what, a year or so ago? It's one on my list to watch. A lot of men fawn over her because she's stereotypically attractive and during a lot of racy text we read into more racy than Proctor. Yes, and they should know better. It was police officers. They need a good paddling. Release, giddy up. Probably the really okay. I might. I'll have to look at that one. Well, I was actually thinking, when the courts. You weren't here yesterday, Udef, when I was talking about my future plans. We're starting a podcast. It's called For the Record. And I've been busy behind the scenes doing all the graphics and designing the logos and all that marketing shit. And I did the song and blah blah blah. So I gave the girls a sneak preview of the intro, and I'm hoping to have it launched by the start of November. But I'm waiting for Steve to pull out his finger. But I was thinking when the courts close over Christmas, I might try and between now and then put together something and go over the Lindy Chamberlain case with Azaria Chamberlain. I know there's not a lot of court testimony there, but there is a lot of media footage and stuff when that occurred, and it's an amazing story. Actually, it's yeah, and comparatively, looking back at the DNA and technology, how it's advanced since. I'm so nuts. Why am I so nuts? Why? What have I done? I just like it. The defendants becomes absolutely. Miss Jody Arias. Oh, sorry, wrong Jody. Okay, I'm with you. Wow, I really have to watch that trial then. Yeah. So, what do you reckon? I reckon that would be interesting, especially when the courts are quiet over Chrissy, between like Chrissy and January. I don't think anyone's done that before, have they? On here? It'll be me then.
It was giving his opinion about the case. Is that correct? In terms of
Yes.
And he thought the defense was nonsense.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just one follow-up, just to make the record clear, Mr. Kuhn, uniform officer, the other detectives, were they talking about things that they were going to testify to about today?
I will.
The uniform officer discussed what he was in here testifying to. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, wait. That's not what you said initially.
Okay, make
So
sure
what
we're
you said-
clear for the court.
That's
Okay,
not my understanding was this uniformed officer went to.
I have. Yeah. I watched that one. Yep. It's the business. Yeah. And the what she did afterwards. The snuggling up to it and the insertions of things and yeah. Other friends' channel I'm watching is Ezra McCandless. Is that a trial? Is it? Send me your friends. If it's a YouTube channel, send me his link in Discord, and I'll put it in chat for him, and give him a shout out.
Detective Rowell, who was not uniformed. He's in a suit, and it was this uniformed officer that was talking to him, correct?
He was talking to two of the detectives, and it seemed, I believe the young lady was a medical examiner. They were all out there. She had a black purse, gray pearls.
Okay. Oh.
Yep,
I
she
was
had a
sitting right out
necklace.
The most important question, Mr. Kuhn, is whether they were talking about what they were going to testify about today.
My understanding
can
from the
talk about
conversation was
anything.
he had already testified, and then he came out speaking.
So there was nothing said about proposed testimony. They're talking about this. The defense attorney is going to ask this, or you need to watch out for this. Anything like that at all?
No, sir.
Okay. And they didn't discuss. Well, you need to say this. You need to say that. Was there anything like that? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kuhn.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alderman, any other questions?
No, sir.
All right, sir, you may step down and go back outside. And when it's your turn to testify in the front of the jury, we will come and get you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
He will be next, Judge.
Okay.
I know you like to come in next.
Gender fluid. Please explain. Is that neither one nor the other, or non-identifiable, or stabbed one of her many sexual partners? No, but they're I've seen their names a lot recently, which is another reason I'm glad that is it Marissa? Shit, forgotten her name already. Nicola has agreed to kindly come on board because I'm struggling to help keep up with the research and 2019. So Ezra McCandless. All right, I'm going to write that down. Where's my pen? Especially when the video, Jodie in the interrogation room when the detectives walk out in the room and she's there by herself. Ew. Yeah, Taylor Ship Business was weird. It's nearly as weird as the witchcraft mum one. That was when Roy got in his hazmat suit. That was fucking hysterical. Well, I've pretty much done most of the graphics and the marketing and the promo stuff. And I'm just setting up the linkages, trying to work out how to link to Spotify and Apple Music and there's another free one. Because there's an account that you can set up where it streams to YouTube, Twitter, and 3 audio channels. So I've got to set that up, and then I've got to pin Steve down to a time to discuss because he wants to do it weekly, but we both stream every day, so it looks like it's going to be a Saturday thing. And to try and keep it down to an hour, it's not going to happen. Hello, Sharon. Welcome. So I'm hoping to have it organised by the start of November, hopefully. I know Steve's been really busy. He's had a new baby and his wife's just gone back to work and all sorts of business going on there. So he's a busy boy, and I'm just me. I've got time on my hands. Yesterday. Yes, you did. They one of the detectives actually had his body cam on and walked straight into the crime scene, full frontal, deceased person shot. Didn't stop it. Taylor Ship Business. Oh, absolutely. No, true. That's true. Yes. My granddaughter lives in Tampa. Oh, shit. Are they going to evacuate Sharon? Yeah, that was crazy too, because he got off on it. Yes, absolutely. Well, she strangled him first. Yeah, and then put his head and his bits in the bucket. But what got me was how calm the mother was. I think I've just found my son's head in the bucket. Yeah. You're having nightmares now. I don't know what's going on with Sharon, but I think she has a delay of some sort. Because I often get 4 or 5 messages in the comments after I've streamed, like for 3 hours after I've streamed. And I think she's. Oh no, she's here. Because I thought she might have had her chat set to top chat or top feed and not live feed. Unless she's watching it on the replay and then commenting, sending me messages. Thank you. Yes, it is. Absolutely is. I did a quick at the very start of the stream. I did a quick hurricane update. Should we do a Did you want me to do a I was actually thinking of doing a hurricane stream tomorrow night, like just a live stream, just to follow it. Would anyone prefer to watch that tomorrow night, just to keep an eye on? It's tomorrow, Wednesday, so it would be, I'm saying tomorrow night, tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning for you, yeah. So if I stream tomorrow night, this time tomorrow, just think about the people that she was around and had no idea about how, what done, and then find out what she done. Oh, with Taylor, yeah. Oh, really? Ooh, wow. Yeah, yes, yes. But then in the witchcraft one too, like when the police, like when he unalived his mother, the police found him naked in bed and rolled him over, and wing tent pole. What do you reckon? Do you reckon that was that's a good idea? We can follow that tomorrow and just oh, she was, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, she more than Cheech and Chong high. She's business. For she's my news.
Okay. Well, at this time, I don't believe the rule of sequestration has been violated. First, I don't know who this uniformed officer is. It's evident he was talking, he said the detectives, both, I know Detective Rowell was in plainclothes. I believe Detective Kelly was too.
Yes, I was talking about that this morning. He was in plainclothes.
He was in plainclothes. This witness did not describe anything that the investigator said. There was no comments about what they said. They didn't say anything. His testimony was that this other uniformed person talked to them about the defense being nonsense and then about military service. So this witness's testimony does not indicate that the detectives were talking about what happened in the courtroom. We're not sharing what they had testified to. And I guess, Mr. Alderman, was there any uniform officers that you had here today?
No, it's going to be one of the directors of like judge that he seemed a little unclear, or maybe I wasn't clear, but no uniformed officers testified today. I mean, there may be uniformed officers out there, obviously the president here in the courthouse, but there was no witness in uniform that left the courtroom and would have discussed their testimony.
Yep.
Obviously, the only witnesses were Detective Rowell and the medical.
Yeah, I inquired on whether Jameson Lynn or Stephen Quick were scheduled as potential rebuttal witnesses here today.
I have not seen them, and they I told them to be on standby for tomorrow.
So all the uniformed officers that we've heard from would not have been here today, but we're on standby for tomorrow. Is that correct? Yes. All right. So I don't know who this uniformed officer is. I don't even know if they were even a witness in the case.
My take from what he was saying was that it sounded like a deputy not involved in the case was giving his opinion as to the validity of the defense. Okay. Now I'm happy to remind the witnesses of the rule of sequestration in abundance of caution. I'm happy to do that.
Sure. But let me just say for the record, there's no evidence that Detective Rowell or Detective Kelly violated that rule.
No, sir. I'll just tell them, that sometimes people mishear things or hear what they want to hear. So I'll work with them.
Why don't if you'll step out and maybe I don't know, Mr. Barnes, if you want to step out and remind your witnesses as well, just to make doubly sure. Sorry, I need to get my back while you were talking. No, I understand, Mr. Barnes. I'm going to step off the bench just for about 3 minutes and then wait for Mr. Barnes to come in. So I'll be back in just about 3 minutes. We'll wait for Mr. Barnes. Okay. Thanks. Have a quick word with counsel. All right. Let's bring the. All right, members of the jury, this takes the rest of this case. I'll turn it over to the defense. Mr. Barnes, if you'll call your first witness.
Eric Kuhn, you're on.
This is Mr. Dibberdobber taking a stand now.
Yes. Right, sir. Have a seat in the chair. Pull the chair as close to the microphone as you can. Speak loud enough into the microphone so that everybody can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barnes, you may proceed.
Thank you. Would you state your name?
Eric Jerome Joshua Kuhn.
And thanks for being here. We've asked you to come to this trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you flew down, I think, last night?
Yes, sir.
You live in?
Pennsylvania.
There you go. And how do you know Bree?
She's my younger sister.
And how old are you?
I'm 38.
Just briefly, did you guys like grow up together or separate, or talk about that dynamic a little bit?
We grew up together until I was in 9th grade, and then my sister moved to live with my dad.
Okay. Was there ever a time that you two became reunited in terms of living in the same place after that?
No.
Was there a point in time you moved to Texas with your sister?
We moved to Texas. She moved from Texas to New York with my dad. We lived in Pennsylvania together.
Yes, sir.
Moved to Texas together with our mom, and then she went from Texas to New York with my dad.
Was there any, and again briefly, was there any physical abuse at all in the family?
Yes, our mom was very abusive our entire childhood, even into adulthood.
Was she ever physically abusive to Bree?
Yes.
Okay.
Terribly.
And to yourself?
Oh, yes.
What role, if any, did Bree play in being the big sister? With regard to your...
Well, she was the little sister, but
right.
I would always go along to get along. I figured if I kept my mouth shut, it wouldn't last nearly as long. My sister would even try to defend me and yell at my mom saying, "Why are you hitting him?" And then she would get hit very bad as well for trying to protect me.
Was Bree a protector of yours, for lack of a better word, in that dynamic?
Yes, she's a little sister only by age.
Yes, sir. Now, obviously, you guys grow up and people live in different places and so forth. Do you stay in touch?
Yes.
Phone calls?
Phone calls, text messages, social media, but we would even visit. Sometimes I was at her graduation from boot camp in Chicago. I went and visited her while she was in advanced individual training in San Antonio. She's lived several places with the Navy. I have visited a couple of them to see her.
When is the last time that you saw Bree, other than right now, obviously?
We had gone on a trip to the bungalows in Key Largo in Florida about 1 to 2 years before this incident occurred.
And who was on that trip?
It was me, Bree, and Collin.
Is there any reason you were, did they invite you?
Yes, I was given a couple of reasons. One is Collin was in school, so he was studying quite a bit. So they thought that if he was studying, I could hang out with my sister so she wasn't alone. If she wanted to rest or recoup, I could hang out with him if he wasn't studying. And then they also, both of them at separate times and together, told me that they were having marital issues and they thought a third person might help what they were working on together.
Yes. Did you notice any physical abuse on that trip, at least obviously in front of you?
No, not that I saw, sir.
Okay. Did you learn anything about Collin that you didn't know on that trip?
Yes, sir.
What did you learn?
It was in my deposition, but I know he told me that the reason him and Bree got along very well is that they were both psychopaths and narcissists. He seemed to think that was entertaining, I believe. I know we would talk about, I would go to the gym at that place and he would talk to me about like steroids and supplements and things like that, which I didn't.
You're not object regardless.
Sustained. Fair enough. We can move along. Yes, so you go back to, at that time, still in Pennsylvania, I guess?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Bree goes back wherever she is, and you guys continue to have conversations?
Here and there, yes, sir.
Okay. Did Bree ever tell you anything about her marriage or about Collin that would be noteworthy? How they were getting along, any problems, anything like that?
Yes, sir. It seemed like that trip didn't help much. They were still having really bad issues, and I came to learn how far they went later on as well.
And did your sister, if you could tell, was she depressed about that, upset about that? I mean, I'm sure she wasn't happy about it.
No, she was highly depressed, sir. In fact, I do know she tried to kill herself. I was with her on the phone, and I had even called Collin to tell him this is what she's doing. She's in the house, and he couldn't care less. I actually had to call the medics to tell them to go to the house for her, pump her stomach.
Let me back you up a bit, but then we can talk about that a little bit more. Now, I guess as the big brother, even though she's the de facto or de jure big sister, if you will, did you ever give her any advice in terms of what she should do when she's telling you this stuff about the marriage and she's depressed? And did you ever tell her, like, just leave?
Yes.
And did she?
No, she was quite scared, not for herself, but for her kids.
Is that what she reported to you, or you just assumed that?
No, she told me that.
Now, again, we're not going to spend a bunch of time on it because you just talked about it. But you were on the phone with your sister when she was about to commit suicide or trying to commit suicide?
Yes, sir.
What did you learn on the phone about that in terms of how she was trying to do it or why or anything else about it?
There were multiple reasons as to the why. The how was she told me she had taken all of her prescription medications and a lot of alcohol together and then went into a closet. And the why was she was unhappy in the marriage. She wanted to leave, but she was petrified that she wouldn't be able to get custody of the kids. My understanding from my conversations with her was Collin had a family with access to wealth that he could have hired lawyers and things like that, where she didn't have the same access, so she didn't know what her odds were of getting the children.
And when this, is happening, and you're on the phone with her, she's telling you she just did this. What did you do in response to any emergent reaction?
I called Collin. He was in the home with her.
And did he know what was going on?
Yes.
In terms of the Bree's suicidal attempt in real time?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And what did he say about it? What was he doing about it?
Absolutely nothing.
I mean, did you say, dude, you got to call EMS? I mean, my sister's, did you react that way? Or?
I didn't say my sister. I said your wife. I thought reminding him might help.
And did you disengage the phone call and it was your opinion that he wasn't going to do anything?
It was my opinion he was going to let her die.
Okay. Did he flat out say, no, I'm not calling EMS?
Yes.
And you get off the phone with him. Who calls EMS?
Me.
Okay. Now, the day of the shooting, did Bree call you that day?
Multiple times, sir.
And what was the general nature of those calls, if you can tell us?
I would say anxiety and fear. She had had a surgery scheduled for many months. And I guess they were having she told me they were having a dispute that day that if she went to have the surgery, he was going to kidnap the children and she would never see them again. So she was asking me if I could come down, not to be with her, but to be with the kids while she had the surgery so that he couldn't take them away from her. Then she would call again and say that they were discussing it and he would watch them and wouldn't take them. And then it seemed like they'd been having an argument all day about this and he was going back and forth on what would happen.
Were the calls mixed in with, hey, how's the weather? I saw a good movie last night, or were they all in relation to what was going on between them?
No, this was a very important issue. There was no, common conversation in between. It was her medical well-being. The surgery wasn't for appearance or anything. It was for her health and then the well-being of her children.
And at any point that day, did you intentionally talk to Collin?
No, sir.
Did your sister tell you he's not going to take? Did you find out he was going to take care of her at all when she has the surgery and her recovery? Or in other words, did he care about that at all? Did you know anything about that?
No. The end result prior to the shooting was if she had the surgery for her health, he was going to take the kids, go to his parents' house, and she would never see them again.
Yes, sir. Now the final call, you actually, and we're going to work up towards it, but the call, you actually heard the shots, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what was the length of that call?
It was several minutes, sir. It was quite some time we were on the phone.
Was it like 45 minutes?
I would say so, sir.
And what are you hearing during that time?
In my sister's voice, utter fear. And then I heard a lot of discourse, Collin screaming, things being hit. At one point, he was on the phone with the police, I believe, trying to tell them that my sister was doing something, and she was on the phone with me.
Did you ever hear Collin make any threats or raise his voice or anything of that nature?
I did hear his voice raised a few times, yes, and I did hear at some point children crying.
And there was were you aware of a point in time when Bree got a gun?
Un momento, por favor. This is hot, is it? I have no doubt Jodie O seamlessly switched to dating women. Oh, okay. Well, we've got to take one for the team. She's crazy and evil. She's really? I don't see it. I don't know. I don't know. I agree, 100%. That she did switch to yeah. Conspiracy theory. Oh, hell yeah. Well, no, not hell yeah. I will say one thing: women are the best kissers, and I used to get a lot of free drinks at the pub. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't say into like I did I ran my own waxing business for nearly 15 years, and I specialized in Brazilian waxing, both men and female. And that pretty much did it for me. Vindicated. But yeah, I mean, everyone's got natural curiosity, but yes, women are the most sensual kissers. Yeah. To women, but I'm very yes. Has to no cheese on the taco. Sorry. Women are hot. That used to be my pickup line at the pub. I've seen way more pussy than you. Yep. Okay, let's get Jody off the screen and go back to our trial. Oh yes, the stories. Military. And we're back.
Were you aware of that?
I don't believe that. Yeah, I believe she
Four of
grabbed
us
the
in
gun
here,
and
so
I said,
tell
just get
me.
out of the house, get out of the house.
It's Elizabeth. Edhef. Is Teresa still here? And I think either Sharon or Kelly. It's just the four of us in here.
The house, and she said they could kill the kid. She couldn't.
But on
And
replay.
Was there a point in time where you heard, like, did she say, he's hurting me, or he kicked me, or?
Oh yes, I heard slamming. She did say that. She was even telling him, "Why are you doing this?" And then she screamed that, "Ow!" And at another point, the phone fell to the ground, and I heard a scuffle.
Did you hear your sister say, "You're not taking the fucking kids"?
She said, "You're not taking them," and she said, "You're not killing them."
Okay. And then she gets the gun, correct?
I would believe so, yes, sir.
I'm objective speculation.
Restate your question.
Are you aware, like what you heard earlier, you said that you knew she went and got a gun, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I brought you to the...
She staged that. Anyone can see that. She's putting words in his mouth.
Kicking in the struggles and so forth in the aisle and hitting the floor and all that. Was that before or after you realized she got a gun?
Before.
All those struggles were before?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so now she's got the gun, and you're...
Again, I'm objective speculation.
Same approach.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
First, how were you aware that your sister got a gun? Did she tell you?
I believe she did. I believe she said that's how she was going to protect the kids.
And
at that point, I was begging her to just get out of the house, but she kept saying, the kids, the kids, the kids.
Now, again, this is a 45-minute call. We get to a point where you hear indicators of a struggle in the aisle and the throwing around and so forth. How long after that do you believe your sister got the gun? And if you know.
Immediately. She was thrown to the ground, and he was grabbing the kids because I heard the kids yelling.
I'm objective speculation.
Sustaining the objection.
And then we end up, what happens next? Or what do you hear next?
The shots.
Prior to the shots going off, did you hear your sister say anything?
She kept saying that he was not going to kill the kids.
What the fuck? Really? They were arguing. She's saying, no, you're not killing the kids. She gets a gun, and he hears the gunshots. So she's role acted that before she's gone to the garage, because he's on the phone to 911, and that shit got reported. You dipshit. And he has just basically pretty much dobbed her in for premeditation. Right there. Idiot.
And the kids were crying.
Idiot.
And obviously you're not there. You hear the shots. Did you say anything after that?
I was crying and yelling, "Oh my God." And she told me, "I killed him. I killed him. I have to call the cops," and hung up. I tried calling her back. There was no answer. Then I called my father.
1 second here. That'd have been fun.
While our pants on fire.
Mr. Alderman, cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can this, you do have cross-examination? Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kuhn.
Good afternoon, sir.
So I want to touch on this trip that you and your sister took to Key Largo, was it?
With Collin.
Yes, and you're there for approximately a week, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you never, as you said, you never saw any physical abuse during that time, did you?
No, sir.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%, Sharon. 100%. It's awful. And this guy's a dickhead. Sorry. I just had to add that in. Just cause.
Did you suspect any physical abuse?
No, sir.
You never suspected anything other than the marital issues? You never suspected any kind of physical abuse, domestic abuse, rape, anything, did you?
No, sir.
And you thought Collin was a nice guy, didn't you?
I had some qualms after he told me that he believed himself to be a psychopath, but that was it. I thought it made.
Do you remember previously? Well, let's talk about that. The psychopath. He makes a comment, "We're both psychopaths," and then he and Bree both laugh, don't they?
At the time they were together, he made it other times as well, alone.
Okay, and they both laughed when he said it when they were together?
Oh, when they were together, yes.
So they both laughed and agreed they're both psychopaths?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that comment, that's the worst thing you saw and heard during that time together? I mean,
worse? No, my sister confided in me about what the issues were at home, but none of them involved the other things you mentioned.
Right, they were marital issues, right? It comes to chores.
Yes, sir.
And she had told you she was stressed about that she was working and was financially responsible, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those kind of marital issues.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And up until the day Collin was murdered, you never had any reason to suspect anything untoward in terms of a physical nature, did you?
No, sir.
Now, you mentioned about talking to your sister several times that day, correct? And that there was issues about the surgery. And I believe you said that Collin had made a comment about kidnapping the kids.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he going to kidnap the kids, or was he refusing to watch the kids, according to Bree?
I don't know that the phrase kidnap was used. It was that he was going to take the kids to his parents if she had the surgery.
Okay. So he wasn't refusing to watch them?
He was saying he would take them and she would never see them again.
Okay. Do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Excuse me?
Do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on September 24th?
I wouldn't know the dates, sir, but I remember they flew up to Pennsylvania.
And was that a close in time to the time of the murder?
I want to say it was within a week, sir.
Okay. And you they interviewed about what had happened, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want my first witness?
You may.
Yeah, the judge is going to repeat it. Yeah, ask him a question. Yeah, go to the ask him a question. It's a problem.
That's got to be Mr. Barnes.
I whispered it.
All right. Mr. Alderman?
The question was about whether Collin was watching the kids, or kidnapping the kids, or refusing to watch the kids was the question.
Okay. You may continue.
Mr. Kuhn, and I'm on page 5. I want you to read this to yourself, lines 15 through 21.
I'm sorry, Mark, is that the interview or the depot?
Yeah. Page 5. And just look up when you're done.
Yes, sir.
Does that help refresh your memory as to what Bree was telling you about the kids?
What I said was accurate. She said he was going to take them.
I am going to object. That refreshing memory is one thing. The way you do that is to say, well, A, the witness has to say, I don't remember. B, you say, if I showed you something, would you remember? Would it aid you to remember? Witness has to say yes. And this, so, yes, objection.
All right. Overruled. You may continue, Mr. Alderman.
So, Mr. Kuhn, you previously said that he was refusing to take the kids or to watch the kids, correct?
In here? Yes.
Yes, sir. That's what you told the police, correct?
Yes.
That he was refusing to watch the kids.
He was also threatening to take them.
He was doing both?
All I knew was he was threatening to take them.
Okay, and refusing to watch them.
Refusing. I don't understand if he takes them. How's he not? I mean, maybe his parents.
I don't understand either. That's why I'm asking.
This interview was highly inappropriate to my belief because I was not told about it. I was in the gym at 6 a.m. and a police officer told me, I'm here waiting to meet you. I was never given any call, confirmation, anything. I had no idea what was going on. He just called me and told me he landed in Avoca from Florida with no knowledge or anything. I couldn't even get in touch with my sister's attorneys. I don't know if she had attorneys at that time. I had no idea what was going on other than 2 police officers with no phone calls told me they were in my city and had to meet me. And I didn't even know if that was appropriate or what was going on. I was at a complete loss.
Okay, so you think you should get advance notice before being interviewed about a murder case?
I don't.
Overruled.
I'm a professional with a small business. My time belongs to my clients and my family. I would like to know. I guess I book appointments.
Okay, now let's get back on track. The detectives show up, and according to your statement there, you tell them he's refusing to watch the kids, correct? That's what you told the detectives.
Yes.
Now you're also saying he wanted to kidnap kids.
My testimony is that he was kidnapping the kids. Like I said, I was not in a good state of mind when those detectives showed up. I was everywhere and nowhere. Unprofessionalism was quite shocking to me.
Okay, so is there a reason you told them that Bree was telling you he's refusing to watch the children?
I have no idea because on the phone call, she said that he was kidnapping them very specifically.
Okay, so why did you tell the detectives that he was refusing to watch them?
I just said a few times I was completely shell-shocked. I don't know if you've ever been bombarded with surprise, but I don't know where my head was at when these detectives came.
Okay, and the issue was about you coming down to watch the kids, is that right?
She wanted me to watch the kids, be there when she had the surgery so that he could not take them.
Okay. And did she use the word kidnap or is that your word?
When I gave my deposition, I said
I'm not asking about the deposition. I'm asking kidnap.
I know. I'm trying to give you context. I don't know. At that time, I said kidnap, but I don't believe a parent can technically kidnap their own kids. At that point, when I was interviewed, I said the wrong word, I believe.
If you listen to my question was kidnap her word or your word?
Mine. She said take.
She said take. Okay, you said kidnap. Okay. You understand a parent can't kidnap their own children, correct?
I just said that.
Okay. Yes. So why did you use the word kidnap before?
I don't know. I just said that. After reflection, I think that was the wrong word.
Now, you think this call is about 45 minutes long, is that right?
The final call, sir?
Yes. Okay. And you told Mr. Barnes that, I don't want to clarify, did you hear Collin on the phone with the police?
In the background, I heard him speaking, and Bree said he's on the phone with the cops.
Okay. And when was that during this 45-minute phone call?
Maybe 30, 35 minutes into it.
Okay. And can you hear anything Collin is saying?
No, sir.
Okay. You just hear what Bree's telling you?
I heard his voice, but like on a speakerphone, you can hear a voice without it being clear what the words are. So I heard his voice, but I did not hear what he was saying.
Okay. Now, I believe you use several words, scuffle, altercation, ruckus. What exactly did you hear in terms of a physical altercation? Can you describe it?
I can do my best. I mean, I heard things banging. I heard my nieces and nephews crying and yelling. I heard my sister saying she was being hit. I heard Collin yelling, and I heard, like, I wouldn't know how to describe it. Things hitting the ground or things being hit, like bumped or something, like slams.
So things are being hit, and she's telling you Collin is hitting her. Is that correct?
At one point, yes, sir.
Okay. You don't know what's going on. Obviously, you can't see what's going on, can you?
No, sir. I was on speakerphone.
Okay. And this, did Bree ever mention a gun to you?
I believe right at the end, she said she was getting a gun to protect the kids. And I said, just leave. And I said, he wouldn't hurt them. She said he would kill them. And that is when the call ended, when she shot him.
Now, during that interview with the police, did you ever tell the police that you knew about Bree getting a gun?
Yes.
You did?
Yes. I saw this before, and this isn't my whole interview. The police were there far longer than they record it.
Okay. So are you saying the police interviewed you before they started recording you?
They were having a conversation with me. I don't know if you would consider it an interview, but yes.
And asking you questions about what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then they turned the camera on and did a recorded interview, correct?
Yes, they were at my shop, I would say at least half an hour before they started recording.
Okay. And after they started recording, they told you, tell us about all the phone calls, didn't they?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. And you had Mr. Barnes on the phone as well, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And he told you to tell them everything that occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And after that, did you tell the police about Bree getting a gun?
I couldn't tell you, sir. I mean, like I said, since I'd already talked to them, I didn't know what, I told them once. I don't know if I told them a second time, but they did know.
You're claiming they knew that?
Oh, yes, sir.
And they're telling you, tell us everything, and Mr. Barnes is telling you, walk us through the whole thing. That would be one of the things you would want to mention, right? About your sister getting a gun?
I guess, I mean, it was all redundant, but I guess I would believe so, yes.
Now, you remember giving a deposition back on June 17th, don't you?
Yes, sir.
This year?
Yes, sir.
You appeared via Zoom?
That's what this is, I believe. Yes.
During that deposition,
Objection, improper. Again, it's approach.
Well,
let's approach.
Okay. I haven't had a question yet, so. But.
Mr. Kuhn, during the deposition you gave on June 17th, did you state at that time that you knew Bree had a gun?
I don't remember, sir. That was
I
3 years ago.
just realized I was muted. Sorry. I was in the background looking for emails to reach out to people. Sorry. And now I've got to go to the loo. So I'll be back.
The deposition I'm speaking about on June 17th of this year.
Oh, this year. I'm not sure because I know I said it, but I also know that it was done via Zoom and it kept being broken up.
Okay, so you think you said it during one of the glitches?
Yes. I said it. I don't know whether or not it's in here.
Okay, so if you said it, it's on one of the glitches, it wasn't recorded. Is that what
If
you're
it
saying?
wasn't recorded, I can't help that, but I did say it.
Okay.
And I would have come down. I don't know why it had to be done Zoom, but.
Okay, so if you just answer my questions. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Now, this physical altercation that you hear, how long is that before the gunshots?
The physical part, I mean, the altercation was an argument that turned physical, and I would say it was physical for maybe 5 or 6 minutes. Maybe.
They were having a physical fight for 5 or 6 minutes?
Maybe. That's, like I said, there was yelling, kids screaming. I heard this hit. I heard yelling, then a slam. I wasn't there. This is just what I heard.
Okay. And so all this for 5 minutes you were hearing hitting. Is that what you're describing?
I'm hearing everything. I'm hearing kids screaming. I'm hearing things being hit. I don't know if phone hit a wall, a vase. I have no clue what it was. Yelling, kids yelling, Collin yelling, Bree crying and yelling, and I don't know how to describe sounds, sir, but something of disarray was happening in there.
What did Bree tell you he was doing during this time? She's giving you commentary on what Collin's doing. Is that right?
At different points, she told me that he was hitting her. Then she was yelling at him, telling him that he was hurting the kids. She told me he was trying to load them in the car, but he said he was hurting her. I believe he had my niece's arm. She said that he was trying to drag her, and she was telling him to leave her alone.
Okay. Now, when you were interviewed by the police, did you tell them any of this?
Yes.
You did? Okay. You want to approach witness?
You may.
Mr. Kuhn, do you remember at what point you told the police that Collin was dragging his daughter?
Dragging? No, she said that he had her by the arm and said to let her go.
Okay, so when did you tell the police that during your interview with them? Do you remember?
I couldn't tell you. Like I said, this isn't the whole conversation I had with them. They were there much longer than this. I couldn't tell you what time it was.
Okay. So after they ask you to tell them everything that happened, Mr. Barnes tells you to walk through the whole thing. Did you describe to the police what you're now describing to this jury?
I guess it's a shame I'm not one for redundancy. I know they knew it because I did tell them whether or not it was when they filmed or not. If it's not in here, it wasn't when I was filmed.
Okay. Well, when Mr. Barnes tell you walk them through the entire thing, what do you think that means?
I think it was 3 days after the worst episode I've ever had in my entire life, and I still don't know how it has affected me.
Okay. Well, that wasn't my question. My question was, what do you think that means when somebody tells you walk us through the entire thing? What does that mean to you?
It says tell them everything I remember at that given point in the state of mind that I'm in.
Okay. You didn't make any mention about Bree telling you about him having the child by the arm, did you?
Apparently not while I was being filmed, but I do know I said it.
Okay. So you said everything before they were filming?
Not everything. I'm telling you, I had a long conversation with them. They walked through my building. They looked at my store. They were asking me about brands I sold. None of that's in here either.
Now, I think you previously said that Collin made some statement about killing the kids. Is that right? Did you hear him make some kind of statement like that?
Collin saying he would? No.
There was something about killing kids. What did you hear? Tell us what you heard.
She thought he would kill the kids. She was afraid of that. Bree.
And did she tell you that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you again. Did you ever tell the police that when you were interviewed? That Bree was telling you Collin was going to kill her children. Did you tell the police that?
I said that I know she was in fear for her kids' life. Yes.
So do you want to? Do you remember what point you said that?
No, sir. Like this was 3 years ago. It was quite some time, and like I said, they were there for.
Let me ask you: is it difficult to remember the interview you gave 3 years ago?
Not the interview, the specifics of questions asked and answered on and off camera.
Okay. The specifics can be difficult 3 years later, can't they?
I just don't know when they turned the camera on.
Okay, so you think you may have told that them before about telling them?
We had a long conversation. I'm not sure the exact time, sir.
Okay. But again, you didn't say it after Mr. Barnes told you walk us through the whole thing. You didn't tell them that, did you?
If it's not in here, no, sir.
Did you hear any specific words at any point from Collin during this phone call?
No.
But Bree's telling you things that he's doing and saying. Is that right?
Yes, she's telling me I'm on speakerphone. I can hear his voice at different parts, but it's not clear. I can't hear anything he's saying.
What about around the time of the gunshots? Did you ever hear him say anything?
No, I don't believe so, sir.
How many gunshots did you hear?
I heard 3, sir.
And you didn't hear Collin say anything around that time, did you? Around the time of the gunshots?
No, sir.
You didn't hear his voice around the time of the gunshots?
No, sir.
So it sounds like you hear a physical altercation, and she's telling you that Collin's hitting her, right? And kicking her. And then a short time later, then you hear gunshots, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's immediately after the physical altercation, is that right?
What's in the? I mean, it was within, I would say, 1 to 2 minutes. Yes, sir.
Now you remember giving a deposition on the June 17th? No, that's not what you're looking at, sir.
Okay.
I'm asking you the deposition you gave on June 17th. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On page 23. Approach the witness.
You may.
So why don't you read this to yourself, lines 13 through 17.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that help refresh your memory about how soon after the physical altercation you heard the gunshots?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said it was right after the gunshots, right?
Right after, yes, not immediately.
Okay. What do you define as right after?
Well, you said immediately. I think immediately is within seconds. Right after could be within a couple of minutes, sir. I'm sorry. I'm an English major, right? It's just specifics. I'm sorry.
So your definition of right after is a couple of minutes?
1 to 2.
Okay. But that's not what you described previously, correct? It's physical altercation, gunshots.
Well, and he's not taking my kids for making a statement. So that's
right. And this is all part of one sequence, right?
Yes, sir.
There's no break in between, is there?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Kuhn, if you're hearing hitting noises on the phone, would you agree that somebody hitting another person sounds exactly the same as somebody hitting themselves?
Oh, probably.
Okay. So on the phone, it can be very hard to tell what's going on, can it?
Sure.
Oh,
And if you're hitting.
what I miss? What I miss? Apparently, attorney and this witness had saying that apparent. Yeah. Just double, triple checking. Have you smashed it? Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. So shot it was. Been left, came out right wrist. Yeah, see? I'm pretty sure Sharon's way behind. Ah, okay. Is he being just like cagey? Cagey. He looks like a little ferret to me. He's taking. Well, either that or she's tried to dupe him into the scenario that didn't exist. Because clearly we heard that they were not arguing and there was none of that prior to the pew pew. Well, no, fuck it, gun. The gun went off. I can say that now. I don't care. It's my channel. I can do what I like. I can say fuck. Say gun. All right, how many times? See, no questions. Ugh. Yes, my hair is unruly. It's there's a long story to that. Well, not long, but I have to take a specific type of medication once a week. It's almost like an immune suppressant. They use it in treatment for cancer and stuff, and it has changed my hair from perfectly straight to like ringlet curly, and I have no idea what the fuck to do with my hair. It all sort of fell out and went really thin, and it's grown back like super curly. That's why I wear a hat a lot. So yes, that's a yes to that. Thank you. I just don't know what to bloody do with it. It wakes up and it's like big fucked up afro. Anyway, you would not. I'm telling you now, you would not recognize a photo of me if I showed you about even 3-4 years ago. You would not recognize me at all.
Noises and somebody's claiming, "Ow, that hurts." You can't see what's going on, can you?
No, sir.
Did your sister during this phone call, did she ever talk about being suicidal?
No, sir, not during that phone call.
Okay. So she made no talk of committing suicide or anything like that, did she? At any point?
No, sir.
And what does your sister call you? Do you have a nickname or anything?
Oh, Bubba.
Okay. And is your phone number 5709?
Your approach.
Every time I go to send an email, I have a sidebar. That's the other good thing about Aussie Insider. She's really good friends with Auntie Deb, so how good would that be?
You may.
Mr. Kuhn, I'm going to show you. I'm a call log. I don't want you to announce the number, but I just want you to verify if you recognize this phone number for me.
Okay, sir.
Under the contact bubber. I don't know if you can see that from where you are.
Can I stand up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm a small right.
That's my number, sir.
That's my number. Thanks, sir. Those are my questions.
Right, redirect. Yes, sir. Sir, in your deposition, just a few lines up from this right after business, you said, she had said, he just threw me to the floor. He's not taking my kids, and gunshots.
Yes,
so
sir.
the connector word there was and, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the few lines down, as we just learned, the connector is, and then right after that, you heard gunshots. Was the question from the prosecutor. So the right after that's not your words. I mean, I can show you. If
I see it, sir.
Okay. So that's the question from not this prosecutor, but a different prosecutor, and you say yes. Right?
Yes.
Okay. To the extent all that matters. You're listening. I mean, you're not watching this.
No,
okay?
sir.
You're listening and you're perceiving.
Yes, sir.
Right? And the next thing you perceived were the gunshots.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the difference between the kidnapping and taking, and you were called down here for the kids, correct?
Yes,
It
sir.
had to do with the kids.
That's all she ever cared about.
Right. And you're called down, even though their father is here. The father's not working, but you're called to take care of the kids, right?
Yes, she was afraid he was going to take them.
And then the day you're called down here, you go through your sister's calls and however long the final one was, and you hear these gunshots. Your sister gets arrested. It's a few days later. These people show up unannounced.
You know, I'm object for pleading at this point.
I'll sustain.
Wait, wait, wait.
Let's hear the question.
A, were you in like the best state of mind at that point?
No, sir. Not at all.
And when the investigators were there, did they ask you specific question followed by question followed by question? Or was it just walk us, for me, just walk us through it?
I believe, you mean when they filmed it?
No, sir. When the investigators are there in Pennsylvania, was it more of just, hey, just kind of a narrative deal and they're in, they're out, versus a deposition, or even today, which is question and break down your answer and question? It was just kind of a walk us through it, right?
Both times, before they filmed and after they started filming.
We're talking about when the police were there, correct? Now, you're not on Zoom, of course.
No. When the detective showed up, they
Make
came
sure we're
on
talking about the
score.
same thing. Now, the idea about, were you asked anything specifically about your knowledge of the gun by these detectives? Did they get into the gun? Do you remember?
I don't remember, sir, no.
Did you assume that these detectives knew that a gun was involved?
Yes, sir.
You didn't think that your sister shot him with a water pistol or?
Yeah, I'm an object for leading again at this point.
Sustained. Did you think the gun was all that important? I know that sounds strange in this kind of a case, but did you assume that the police knew about the gun?
I don't know how they couldn't have.
Okay. Now, earlier, just to clear up, you talked about that you were asked, how long was it physical? And you said 5 minutes. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony that you perceived that it was physical for 5 minutes, or it was physical intermittent in the yelling and the sounds you're hearing, that you're perceiving physical going on? You understand my question?
Yes, and I don't know if it was my phrasing. Physical could be someone throwing something or something falling or breaking. So it wasn't just 5 minutes of unadulterated one human being being hit. It was 5 minutes of items like bangs and pops and things like that, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Can this witness step down and be excused?
He wasn't under subpoena, but yes, sir, he can.
Okay. All right, sir, you may step down. You're now excused.
Thank you, sir. Did he stay here?
Mr. Alderman, you need to get the.
Yes, I'll go.
Okay.
Well, that's fine. Because it is important, I think, so because he can say important.
Is any objection to that, Mr. Alderman? Okay. All right, y'all approach, please.
L.
Recess. It'll probably be for y'all probably about a 20-minute recess. And please leave your notepads and pens underneath your chairs.
Okay.
And do not discuss the case among yourselves. And we'll
Welcome.
have you back in
Hello.
here momentarily. Okay.
Yes, he was very evasive. Cagey. He's a cagey little rat. And welcome, Helka. Thank you. And yes, I do believe she absolutely set that scene up. And manufactured it for
Okay,
her
and for us in the courtroom, we'll do a 15-minute recess, and so
her
we'll be
brother's
back in here, let's just say about
benefit
2:10. Okay, yes, sir.
to make out something, but it wasn't there. Didn't happen. The witness. I'm just playing sorry. Well, any friend of Ida Hurst is a friend of ours. Welcome. And thank you for joining us. Karen, I agree. I think she did. Yeah, absolutely. Hello. Jazz hands. Hellcat got jazz hands because it's 2:30 in the morning. And does that mean it's Elizabeth's birthday now? Is it after 12? Is it? No, it's midnight, isn't it? Oh, bugger. Tomorrow. I'm too early. It's okay. It's okay. Just wanted to ask before I reacted. Didn't know if you were saying it to be mean. Or Elizabeth, you need to be a mod then. I need to. You be a wrench wench. You don't apologize. Don't apologize, sweetheart. No need. We are all family here. Yay! It's my girl. Oh, this is your girl. Your girl. The one that you put the shutters up for today. Yeah, your girl. Welcome. Lovely to meet you. And yes, if we ask all good things. Not that girl then. Okay. She's the girl though. Yeah, Elizabeth wouldn't be mean in either. It's her birthday tomorrow too. All right, let's continue. This is a bit of a shambles of a trial, and we've gone off the rails a lot. But that's all right. Shit happens, and I'm in the middle of just sending that an email to a few people, so I can try and scramble something together tomorrow because they need notice, obviously. Sweet. All right, I've got half an hour before my sleep stream starts. Look at you getting all protective. So funny. All right. L. What's L? L through that. L. Come on. Come on. There we go.
Okay, everybody can be seated.
We've got an hour and a half still
What?
apparently of this now.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So who's going to be the defense next witness?
Bree Kuhn?
Okay. So, Ms. Kuhn, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm to tell me the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, help you God? All right, Ms. Kuhn.
Hang on a second. They're calling the defendant to the stand now. It's on day 2, and I've got at least 3 days of testimony and then a verdict trial day. What the fuck is going on? Wouldn't she be the last defense witness? I suppose they've got closings and shit, haven't they? Used to mod True Crime Channel. We streamed a lot. Ah, cool. Why don't you have your own? You spend all that time modding for other people, and why don't you ever make up to your own? Not that modding's a bad thing at all, but they're underrated, absolutely underrated. You just need to let me know. And I will hand out the wrench. I've been asking for mods for the last couple of weeks. I've got no one to help me. Yeah, it's hard when you got full-time jobs. Yeah, but as I was saying the other day, it's not, the more you have, the more you can like job share it, and as long as there's someone that can moderate in the chat, I mean, it's not too bad now because I've only got a small number. Well, I've got way more than I used to have, let me tell you, in the 6 months that I've been here. So it's okay to moderate at this level, but the plans that I have and the goals and aspirations I have for the channel, in what I've achieved in the 6 months that I've been here, yeah, it's not going to be too long before I'm really, really, really in need. Oh, all right. If you are happy to do it, I shall throw the wrench your way. I just need an email address, that's all. And you can put that in Discord and done. And basically, it just allows you to access the chat on YouTube, and you can delete any comments, any potential nasty. You have my full permission. There is no warning. If someone comes in here, you see a troll starting shit, just block. Go away. Not interested in that bullshit. We look after our own here, my love. I'm not interested in any bullshit. People want to start being nasty and horrible and no, sorry. All right, yep. No worries. It's all I need is an email address and I'm done. I would mostly be moderating myself. You can't say inappropriate things on this channel, darling. I'm way more relaxed. Yes, just this channel. You'll be a wrench for me. All right. All I need, as I said, is an email address, and if you're happy to post it in chat, then that's fine. Because once you're a mod, you can speak in. We have a separate private chat that only we can see. But yeah, you can't post any links in chat until you're a mod. So you can post other people's links in chat. So if you want to advertise, like if you've got your own channel or if you've got friends' channels and what have you, you can chuck the links in the chat and advertise them as well. What my plans are once I'm monetized is that all mods have free membership. And I'll think of a few extras. But yeah, there's real life too. What? Oops. I'll be a wrench. I'm still laughing over the the pockets. If they could time me out in life, they would. Nah. You haven't offended me yet. It takes a lot to offend me. Email sent. Wrench me, wench. All right. I'm on it now.
My understanding is you are going to take the witness stand. Is that correct? Have you had sufficient time to talk to your attorneys about this decision? Have they explained to you the pros and cons about testifying? Have they explained to you the pros and cons about not testifying? Have they answered all your questions about this decision? Do you have any more questions for them about this decision? Have you had any drugs or alcohol in the last 24 hours?
No.
Okay. And you understand what you're going to be doing is that you will be able to go on the witness stand. You will have to, you will answer questions from your attorney, but the state will also have the right to cross-examine you. Do you understand that? Okay. Do you understand if you didn't testify, we give the jury an instruction that lets them know they cannot hold that against you? Do you understand that? That I will give them an instruction that the fact that a defendant chose not to testify should not be viewed as any admission of guilt. Yes.
Oh. Okay.
And just to be more specific, if you did not take the witness stand, you would be entitled to this jury instruction. The jury instruction is this: the Constitution requires.
I I fucked up. I need your YouTube username. Let's see if I can click on your name. You know when you log into YouTube, I need your YouTube username, not your bloody email. I'm an idiot. So the www.youtube.com/@ whatever that name is in your channel details. I know you haven't got like a channel, but your account, your YouTube account. Sorry, Kelly. My mistake. I'm an idiot. What can I say? Can you send it to me on Facebook Messenger? Yes, I can. Yep. Yep. How do I get you mine? Okay, sweet. You guys don't know each other personally, do you? You're not friends on Facebook? Find me on Facebook at the Defence Rests. I think there's a link in my description box, and you should be able to message me on there, and I'll get back to you. Elizabeth?
Requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. So if you chose not to testify, you would be entitled to that instruction. Do you understand that? Sure.
Wrench thrown, wench. Now type of message. You should be in blue. Yay! There you go.
Mr. Barnes, Mr. Harris, would y'all like to go back into the witness room, the interview room, or?
What are you doing? Is she going to get up on the fucking stand or not?
If you run through the colloquy and then I say, Dr. Harper, I need to have a word with Dr. Harper in light of.
Oh, Lord, won't you buy me a big blue fucking ranch? My friends all drive horses. This bitch just lied. That doesn't even rhyme. Come on. Wrench bench. Oh, okay, too far.
They won't be, we're still handling some matters here. And then I will step off.
We've done all that. Yes.
Give you that the state appealed. The case law while we were out. And again, as I stated before the bench, I reviewed some case law even before the trial started, believing these issues may arise.
Yay!
So right now in the state of Florida, we have a split among the District Court of Appeals on whether or not PTSD testimony is admissible to establish self-defense. In the Mizell case, which is the first DCA said it could be admissible. We have the Okendo case, which is from the second DCA, says it's not admissible. There was a
So you should get an email now, and that will have a link to it. That link, when you're a mod, I will send every day I stream, and that link will bring you to the stream that is running that day. So if you click on that link in your email now, you will pop up on my screen at the bottom, and I can either bring you on the screen, or you can stay in the bottom, or whatever you want to do. You don't have to click it, but it's there. The option's there. All right. But no one can see you. If you click that link, you pop up. Basically, I'll see a little picture on the bottom of my screen that'll have you there. All right. This has gone to Facebook, I bet you. I'll have to check messages. Just remove a comment. Yeah, the three little dots to the right. You have the power. Okay, cool. Look at that. Fancy wrenches. Yay! Hey, Miss Mandy, I'm just in the middle of sending you an email. The wrench or a lobster, can't tell. We've been chatting about all sorts of stuff through this trial. It's really gone off the rails, but they have suggested that there is a possibility. They've suggested that we run like a hurricane live stream tomorrow, basically just for people so that we can keep an eye on what's happening. People can, let us know or let anyone else know how they are and what's happening in their areas, and just like be a point of contact to maybe even distract them, if nothing else. And yes, I was emailing you to see if you'd be interested in joining, even popping in and out of some sort. And I was going to extend the invite further on, but I don't have Aussie's email address, so just knows everybody. Yeah, so that's my thinking. I'm in the process of typing up an email as we speak. So if you are welcome to, I've got your email address, but you are welcome to invite. Oh, thank you, Aussie. Sorry. Yeah, it's nearly 3 a.m. Sorry, my brain's dead. Yeah, even if people pop in for 10 minutes and check in and see how everyone is, I just thought that might be nice. Okay, thank y'all. Legend. I've got to keep this trial going. It's just gone off the rails, and we're nearly done for the day.
Another DCA, maybe
Okay.
2 weeks ago, and I can't remember if it was the fourth
No
or the
worries,
sixth
that's fine.
DCA, agreed with Oquendo. And I don't know if that opinion is technically
One
final.
is
I
a-
saw that. So I think this has been within the last 2 weeks. But here is what I also take out of the Mizell case of the first DCA, is that what happened in that case is the state wanted to preclude
They're
PTSD.
they're at the point. So the state's rested. This is the defense's case. They're trying to decide whether they want the defendant to get up on the stand. And there's some case law issues that they're just arguing over now.
Testimony. And what the trial judge did in that case is said, no, as long as these parameters are met, it could be admissible. The state appealed. And what the DCA said was that it could be admissible. And the DCA had no issues with the parameters that the trial judge gave. One of the parameters was that the trial judge said, in order to present PTSD, the defendant had to testify, because it's got to be the defendant that lays that predicate. Otherwise, you could have an expert witness be a conduit to inadmissible hearsay.
I don't know if you're inviting argument right now or you're giving me an advisory, which I absolutely appreciate. I would say this, though, either way, Dr. Harper would come in tomorrow and I would proffer in all likelihood, if you would allow that. Now, I'm grateful for your.
What I'm saying is if based on Oquendo, I don't think the PTSD.
Harper must be her psychologist. I'm assuming that they want to proffer because they're arguing over whether or not she's got PTSD. I think.
Comes in. Okay. Now, I understand the first DCA said otherwise. I think I personally agree with Oquendo and the rationale. But even if it could come in under the first DCA case, it appears that a defendant has to testify.
Did you want to come on stage or not? Is that a yes or no? I can't hear you. No? Okay. If you look to your right-hand side, you can see the chat box in StreamYard. There is a private chat button that you can message me should you need, and you should see a little bubble there now. So have a play. And if you want to come on, type it in chat and I'll put you on screen.
Before an expert can come in and render such opinions.
I understand that logic with regard to hearsay. However, if the doctor bases that opinion on, for instance, the video interrogation, this lady obviously has PTSD, and let me tell you why. It's far-fetched. But if she gives an opinion without using hearsay, then
I'll send you an email, isn't it?
Well, then we run into the issue of what is the state going to be able to do for rebuttal? I mean, can the state's experts render such an opinion to say perhaps she's not? She's not suffering from PTSD. And then we have the issue of with battered spouse syndrome, notice has to be given.
Okay, you've got my email. Okay, just email me, whether it's so you're on Facebook. You can either messenger me on Facebook or email me and just say it's Elizabeth, and I will. Oh, no, forget about that. Sorry. I need your username, your YouTube username. Like when you log in, when it says www.youtube.com/ and you're at whatever that is after that. That's what I need. And you can put that in chat. And I will, well, it's a funny story. You should ask that, Miss Mandy. In fact, you saw my stream last night where I was very sneaky and kept StreamYard open and ran it. I went to bed and ran for an extra 3 hours overtime and woke up to all these messages saying, are you there? You might want to shut the stream down. So the stream had run for 3 hours. The end screen, the end screen, she's back. The end screen that has all the pictures on it, right? 3 hours. When I got to the computer to turn it off, there were still 3 people watching. And sitting there, is there anything going to happen? So I'm in the process of trying to cut it down, cut 3 hours off it now. But yes, it was my sleep stream. So I've got another sleep stream booked for 3. But that can wait. Well, I thought, multitasking. Why not? Why not? An extra trial I can get in. All right. But it'll be late.
Mike?
Yes, sir.
Yes, what was,
Yeah, no, and it was in this case. But there's been no notice of PTSD in this case.
I can
No,
comment on
no
that.
evidence,
Sure.
nothing.
So, one of the issues I had, and we kind of went back and forth several times, was that I never got anything in writing from Dr. Harper in terms of a report of her, findings, what she looked at, conclusions. And so, we did a deposition, which it was 2 days. We went, I tried to cover as much possible ground as, and at the end, I asked her conclusions, and I'm looking through the deposition again, and in her conclusions, she never told me that she had diagnosed it with PTSD, and obviously I didn't specifically ask that because we were there for bad spell syndrome. So I don't know if that's something Dr. Harper would then get on the stand and testify, but that has never come up before, and that, like I said, that was never a part of the, I don't know if it was 6 or 7 hour deposition total. The state has, as I sit here now, 3 days into the trial, I have no knowledge that she's been diagnosed with PTSD.
and I don't know if I'm going to call Harper. There's a likelihood that I'm not anyway. I think we're going to do the same things here in a minute, and come in tomorrow and came on. I'll let you know if I'm planning to call her. To the extent you care, I can let you know. But
Well, because it also means if she were to testify, she would be getting into statements that the defendant made to her without the state being able to cross-examine. Basically she's going to be testifying to what would be otherwise inadmissible hearsay in some respects. Now, some of the stuff we've already seen is already coming to evidence, but that's also a concern that, again, it becomes a backdoor way to get into evidence from the defendant without the ability to cross-examine, because the state's not going to be able to cross-examine the truth of what Ms. Kuhn told the expert. So
are you ruling?
I'm ruling right now, unless you come in tomorrow with some really, really good solid case law. I'm saying that if she doesn't testify, I don't believe I can have the expert opinion, any expert opinion and expert testimony come in.
I appreciate the advisory ruling, because I think it could be important for my client's decision. However, I haven't even called her or asked her anything at this stage, so I'm not being disrespectful to you. But
I'm just trying to interpret the case law.
I get it. I appreciate it. So let's do our thing. And
Okay.
You said what you said, and I know where I am and what I have to do.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Kuhn, I previously placed you under oath. You're still under oath. Okay. All right. And I just want to have a clear record of everything. First of all, do you understand that the decision to testify or not to testify is your decision? It's not a decision your attorneys make for you. It is your decision. Do you understand that? Okay. Do you understand that if you want to, you can go on the witness stand and testify and answer questions from your attorneys and then be cross-examined by the state? Do you understand that?
No, sweetheart, it's my fault. I stuffed it. I thought I needed your email address, but I don't. When you log into YouTube, I know you don't have a channel, but you actually have like a login username, and it starts with the www.youtube / and then after that slash has an @ sign, and it's whatever you put in, whether it was your name or whatever username you log in with to YouTube. It's that I need. That's all. And you can just copy and paste that off your YouTube site or type it in chat. And no, it won't. No one can access your private stuff or anything like that. Excuse me. They'll be able to subscribe to you, you want. That's it.
Also understand you have the right not to testify, and that I would give the jury the instruction that's required
I've got a
if the
feeling.
defendant does not testify. Do you understand that? Do you understand if you did testify, there's an
I've
instruction?
got a feeling. Given that we've got another another 2 days of trial and she's testifying, I reckon tomorrow's going to be all argument. Just quietly.
That says the defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration.
Welcome. Hang on, let me adapt.
I'm sorry.
This is a. Hey, no. I created this overlay, so I need to just make
I
sure that I
love
can see you.
it.
There you
Love
go.
it. I've been working on one this morning for my
They're
channel.
fun, aren't
I
they?
work on everybody else's channel and don't work on mine
Yeah.
because I produce
Yeah.
for 3 channels. So I work on everybody else's and just forget all about mine. But I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I thought something different, better than just a plain screen, and it's better for copyright too.
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
help with copyright. You could do one for Sarah Boone that just looks like an open suitcase and has like clothes laying around it.
Have you not seen my? Hang on.
No, if you did one for Sarah Boone, I haven't seen it. I want
Okay.
to see it now.
Incoming.
Yeah,
Let me see
show
if I
me.
can share my.
Real quick,
Oh,
do you know who Miss Shorty is in the?
yeah, she's a friend of Ozzy's, really close friend. She's got a
Yeah,
YouTube channel.
me and her doing a stream together tonight.
Oh, cool.
I
Yeah,
know, I'm so
no,
excited
she looks.
about bullying and harassment on YouTube.
Yep, she's right into that. She's another Aussie. I think she's from Perth, but yeah, she's really close to Aussie, apparently.
Yeah, I didn't know that, but
briefly
that's
checked her
awesome.
out when I had a chance the other day, but I Sarah Poon.
She is so awesome.
You know what you didn't see? I did